Moab.
Really?
Yeah. That was gonna be a nuclear waste repository at one point. They've got like
Because of the salt.
oh yeah, 5,000-6,000 feet of salt. Yeah. It's down about 5,000 feet. And arches, you know, that's why you have salt mines down there.
Don't buy me any
Just
shirt.
north and north and west.
Do we need
No.
the natural gas?
Find what I found out. is
No,
that
there's
they make
Old
it
salt mines
really
for
sweet.
natural gas.
Yeah,
They can't.
I'm
No, I don't
my
think so.
sugar levels are so high, and then I started looking at stuff, and I'm going, no sugar.
You also have.
Something, no wonder it tastes like,
We got
they
Permian
figured out a
Basin
way to
that
make
has a lot of
salt taste like
oil and
sugar.
salt.
Yeah.
To make salt taste like chocolate, they can make dark chocolate taste like milk chocolate. But putting onion, God,
My favorite class.
so I started looking at those,
Yeah.
and I'm going,
It was earthquakes and volcanoes.
trees
But
ridiculous amount
it
of
was,
those.
we talked about
I started just looking at some of these sodium
you know,
channels,
You wanna know how
and all these trees that I have.
great
I bought these diet trees,
the bedrock.
and I go,
Like the other house.
There's that much
Seven.
silt and sediment toughness.
Yes. Because I have a piece of core from that deep worthless bedrock.
Dave want to let you know that after item 10, the Hill Air Force Base easement,
Okay.
restrictions that you could probably.
Oops.
Okay.
what's that?
Of course not, honey. Not you, I know it's not you.
Is it not coming up on your screen?
It did.
Well, no, no, it is. I just did that. Doesn't want to.
Thought it was live streaming outside the
Okay.
room, but maybe not inside the room.
We'd like to welcome everyone. We would like to welcome everyone to South Weaver City Council this evening. It's April the 12th, 2022. It's 6:01 p.m. We'll begin with the pledge from Councilwoman Albertson and a prayer from Councilman Halverson.
Repeat after me. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our dear Heavenly Father, as we come before thee this evening, we're grateful that we have the opportunity to gather here in this building and to discuss the needs of the city. Father, we ask for thy spirit to be with us, that we might understand the items before us, and that we might make the best decisions possible, and that we may make this a better place to live. Father, we're thankful for the moisture which we've received, and we ask that it may continue. We also ask that thou will watch over and protect our firefighters and our law enforcement and all of our armed forces who protect our country and our area. Watch over them, that they may return home in safety and be protected at all times. We love thee and we thank thee. We say things in thy Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
It was Albertsons, but that's.
I thought I was doing both there for a minute.
Sorry.
Go your
Okay,
way.
we'll begin this evening with public comments. If you have some public comments, we'd ask you to address the podium and follow the instructions outlined. So we'll open it for public hearing, comments. Sounds like it.
It is, okay. Paul Stern, 2527 Deer Road Drive. Tonight I have some random comments and questions, some good, some bad, and others potentially ugly. The good, I would like to commend the mayor and other other staff regarding the paging of the lost construction potholes on 2700 East between Deer Run Drive and 7800 South. I realized the mayor, during his housing construction projects, encountered the need to access utilities buried beneath streets, and the fact that once trenches were dug and a utility stub to the property line, then street repair could be accomplished. This is what appears to have happened, especially since there were curb cuts that will eventually have to be repaired. We, the residents who use this road, are very appreciative of these repairs. The bad. Once again, residents and others who use 2700 East were not notified of the road closure on April 22. I recommended that the South Weaver City establish a road closure notification process during the 8 March 22 City Council meeting. This was not done. I can think of several reasons that this was not done and events that did not occur. One, the city was not notified by the lots contractor of the road closure. If that was the case, then the contractor should be fined for violating South Weaver City Code that they were aware of. Or two, the city was notified and a permit issued, but other city staff was not notified. Number three, the city staff was notified, but failed to notify the residents of the 2700 closure. I do not know which event happened, but the result was the same, no resident notification. Potential ugly. Discussion item 15, packet pages 215 to 227 of 228. Noise ordinance introduction. I have questions / concerns regarding this proposed ordinance being discussed. Is a 12-page ordinance really required for South Weaver City? The recent trend in the city appears to make excessively large ordinances that it makes it difficult for the common citizen to wade through, let alone fully comprehend, unless you are a lawyer. Two, I did some research on mid-capability dual range sound meters. The cost of the meter itself, a read meter, is approximately $179. The sound level calibrator is about $176. And with the pouch to hold those, total cost runs about $400. This is a city expense, so the total of which is determined by how many of these units the city purchases. Acronyms should be identified at the first use and not depend on finding it in the definitions table. Page 227 and 227. Sorry, 228 should be. Enforcement, paragraph C. It states that any peace officer, but then continues, enforcement is by any peace officer, and then it continues to authorize city employees who are not peace officers and who do not have such training to do the enforcement. Also, verified logs of calibrations on these instruments must be maintained as the Sheriff's Department does with the radar units. And an aside, it's not on your piece of paper. This one lets you know that about 4 p.m. this afternoon, South Weaver City installed a no U-turn sign at the exit off of 89 onto South Weaver Drive northbound. Finally got done. And the city had to do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Michael Green,
Okay.
2622 Deer Run Drive. I was not going to talk, but I saw random comments by Paul, so I got excited again. I got a letter from, the newsletter from Mayor, and Willard Bay is going to turn into a swamp. I know it's a figure of speech, but yes, we have a water problem. But the point I'm trying to make is, everybody says that the rains are going down, moisture is going less. Utah is a desert. We knew that from day one, from thousands of years ago. We have more people moving in. Fastest growing state west of Missouri or Mississippi. Now, what we can do, I mean, I understand not, this problem doesn't belong to the city. We probably can't do much. Probably the state needs to look into this beyond our reach, I suppose. But I also understand that each city has water rights or water allocation by volume. So we can decide not to build, or build fewer houses, not the high density housing. Case in point, we have the Fall property coming up. Must we build 126 units? Why not 26 units? The water consumption probably would be lot less, especially if we are talking about culinary water cuts, 10%, yards, the strip, all that. So something to be mindful of. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Thank you, Michael. I was gonna say, Paul, yeah, I'm still having problems with acronyms too. I see them and I try to distinguish what that means. So,
The standard procedure, sir, is you can have your definition tables, but the first time you use an acronym, you define it.
yeah,
Then what I typically do, I mean, I've edited hundreds of thousands of pages. Then after about a few pages, you may want to insert it again because if it hasn't been used in the meantime, for like 8 to 10 pages, you redefine it, just to make it for ease of reading.
thank you. No, you're fine. Okay, next item, our consent agenda for March the 8th minutes, March 15th minutes, March check register, and February budget to actual. Do I have a motion for approval of this consent agenda or any questions?
So moved.
A second,
I'll second.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Number 5, resolution 22-15, appointment of Kelly Bybee as the deputy city recorder. Any discussion on this or move for an approval?
Does she need to be sworn in as a recorder?
Not necessarily in this meeting.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions or comments.
I just wonder if we're gonna be introduced to her here.
She's an
So
employee.
everybody knows?
She's here. She
Right.
is.
She came last time.
She was here
Oh,
last
I'm sorry.
You're
apologize.
going to the next item, and yeah.
I'm ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Mayor, I make a motion, we approve resolution 22-15, appoint Kelly Bybee as deputy city recorder.
Seconded.
We'll start with a roll call vote. From Councilman Halverson.
Aye.
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 Okay, motion carries. Resolution 22-16, appointment of Marin Peterson as our city treasurer. And she is here with us tonight and happy to have her here. And we'd like to introduce her to everyone and ask her if she would mind standing up to the microphone and
Yep.
It starts.
and this is where it all begins. Anyone have any questions that they would like to ask?
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm from Boise, Idaho. I moved here, went to college at UVU. I threw shot put and discus there. Then I got a job at Revere Health and I went back and got my master's and now I'm here.
So-
My boyfriend and his son are here. I know.
BYU or U of U?
UVU. we have that.
Yeah, but if you had to choose between those
Oh.
two.
She did make that
I feel
choice.
like this is that.
And that's not your only test. Very good.
I'm Switzerland.
You're just fine.
Welcome.
Okay, we're very happy to have her here and be part of our team and look for a motion to approve her appointment.
Is it Marin? Marin?
Marin.
Okay. Mayor, I make a motion to approve resolution 22-16, appoint Marin Peterson as city treasurer.
Seconded.
Council will begin with a vote on Councilman Dill.
Aye.
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 Okay, motion
Welcome.
carries. Welcome aboard. Very happy to have you.
We'll see her starting in the office in May.
Yes.
But she does not need to be sworn in,
No.
just the recorders who do the official recording. Thank you.
Okay, Marin, you can stay here for the duration or you're welcome to.
Yeah, it would be late tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Welcome.
Resolution 2217 awarding auditing service contract to Kennington and Christensen. They're the ones that did it last year and would like to award that to them again this year. Any comments? If not, we'll ask for an approval.
Mayor, I make a motion to approve resolution 22-17, award auditing services contract to Kennington and Christensen LLC.
Second,
I'll second.
we'll have a roll call vote starting with.
Aye.
Commissioner-
Aye.
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 Motion carries. Resolution 2218, vacate general utility and drainage easement on Harvest Park, lot 205. Any discussion on this item?
I have a couple questions and I didn't catch all of the discussion earlier, but in there, we talked about on page 90, it just says there's no infrastructure installed in the easement and the anticipated need will be accomplished through a different means. I didn't see what the different means is going to be. Can you define that? That's mentioned a couple different places, a different means.
On the plat, it was shown as a storm drain easement, and the adjacent property has put together plans. They're not approved yet, but the plans demonstrate that there's enough room to handle the storm drain needs on that property without using this easement. That's what's intended by that comment.
And if for some reason that doesn't go through, then what happens?
Whoever decides to improve the ground at that location is going to need to have a similar layout.
We'll have to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else for motion?
Yeah, so I just had a couple of questions about the history of this plat. I was trying to like figure it out, and I could see that this was always deemed to be open space when I went through the history between the PC and the CC. It's kind of a few revisions over the last couple of years between the development agreement and the preliminary and the final. But it was always deemed to be open space, and then there was always a discussion about who would own and maintain it. The only thing I could find on it was that eventually we would just decide that once the property to the east was developed, but I couldn't ever see anything about the easement. When did that come on?
We had a similar kind of goose chase trying to figure out what, the plat that was considered with the city council and planning commission, the ones that are on file didn't have it, it just had it as open space, but the recorded plat had the easement. So all we could infer at that is before the final approval, they switched that to add it to the lot and just put the easement because they didn't need the.
Who's
open
they? The
space.
developer? The developer put the easement on?
I don't know. I couldn't see any history on why it was added or changed that
Well,
way.
that's what my biggest question was, is where, because looking through the record on the development agreement verbatim and what was voted on in city council, it was not part of lot 205, I believe. It was to be open space. So I'm really curious where that got changed and where that. I,
feel like-
I know you weren't here,
I
Trevor.
was not here.
And I know
I know it feels like I've been here forever, but
I can only look at myself and Angie and Brandon probably that were here.
mhm.
So, and as I recall it, because there was a lot of discussion going back and forth of who was going to maintain it. Did the city want to maintain it? I'm not necessarily opposed to it being part of that. I'm just, it's really not, it never was intended as an easement in any discussion for storm drain or detention. It was always part of their open space calculation. So my problem is that does Nelson Homes, that development still have the proper percentage of open space? If we don't have that
Because we
there.
gave them the higher density or the higher height for the buildings in exchange for more open space. So was that portion of that open space meant? Is that why it was to get to that percentage of open space? Or is the dog park sufficient for that?
I think we'd have to run that calculation to verify that. My understanding is that the dog park was the piece of that, but
Well, it was still being discussed during the dog park, but
It was, yeah.
It
It was always
was
on
one
there
of
as
those phases
open
is-
space.
Because it was a discussion item and it went back and forth that, did we want another little small piece of grass to maintain? But there is secondary water stuff into it as a separate parcel right now. 'Cause that's the way it was originally shown on the original documents. So that's my concern is one, why was it recorded? And maybe that's a bigger discussion, because I don't know that I care that it goes to that lot, because I don't want it to maintain, but I don't want it to cause a problem somewhere else. Because the piece isn't built on now. I'm curious why Nelson Homes changed it. Because it's very clearly in the signed development agreement that it would be turned over to the city.
And so just to make sure I understand right, it was immediately parceled out with the adjacent home. It was never that triangle open space piece never came under city ownership, correct? Just the easement on it.
Right, what was recorded just has the easement. I have to be careful because I'm just speaking from what I remember. So take that with a grain of salt, but what I recall is that through the process, there was a parcel that was intended to go directly to the city as open space. And when the planning commission discussed it, they were concerned about who would take care of that, which is, I know, is kind of what you've already stated. And I was not at the meeting when they discussed it. I tried just looking up the minutes, and it doesn't appear that the minutes cover that very well, that discussion very well. But if you look at the city council minutes for when it was approved, this is phase 2. It talks about how there was a change made on the drawings. And what I assume that change is that open space parcel going to an easement instead.
So and I don't know if we need to belabor the point, but what I was able to find is when the planning commission approved it, it was with the recommendation of the memo from Brandon Jones with number 8 being the open space is being dedicated to the city as required with the overall preliminary plan that we approved. We recommend determining final use of this ground when the adjacent property to the east, currently owned by the Watts, develops. And then the city council approved it with the same stipulation of Brandon and Barry's memo. So I think with the memo was still there, it was always the intention to be dedicated to the city, and then we would decide with the Watts, when they developed, what we would do with this. So is that something that we're considering still with the Watts when they come from the east?
Well, that's the property I was referring to earlier. The layout that has been proposed, at least at this point, takes into account there's enough ground there to handle the detention. So the need for it as an easement for a detention basin, there isn't that need.
Okay.
Unfortunately, if there's still a need for it to be open space, the only option that you have at this point, regardless of the history and how it came to be, is that the recorded plat has it as an easement. So you couldn't now then, turn that over and the city own it,
Right.
unless you wanted to go purchase it. So you can leave the easement in place and kind of view that as maintaining open space. Or you could have the staff go back and, I guess, review all of the numbers to see where we're at with open space, just to double check that and report back. Or you could just vacate it and move on. I don't know.
My biggest concern was just whether or not that open space was needed in the exchange for the higher building heights. It seems that it was,
The date on the memo you're referencing.
it is May 23rd of 2019. That was the planning commission meeting. And then it was approved in June of 18th of 2019 to the council. So if that parcel was always intended to get him to the open space that he needed to have the exception of higher buildings, I just want to make sure that that is not something that he needed to have. It's not a great deal of property, so I don't know that we necessarily want to maintain either. I agree with Blair on that point, but I was just kind of confused because it was always supposed to be open space from the research I could find. So I was confused about that.
So can I ask a question? Is this what normally happens during changes of the phases? Because it seems out of place to go back as you're now moving on to the third phase and say, well, we've got a new area that we're going to use for storm drain, or we're going to use for open space or whatever, and then kind of go back and then just massage what they had done to pass for the second phase.
Well, third phase is already done.
Third phase is already done then?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
development's pretty much done. This is just an easement on, someone who's just moving into their home, they're trying to get rid of this easement on it. That's all it is.
And all the easement does is just stop from things being built on it, right? It's
Right.
still, it is actually their property and they bought it as their property.
That's the way it's recorded.
Okay.
The question is, we don't
Was
think
it
that's the way it
supposed to
should have
be?
been recorded.
Yeah. So, thank you.
But to answer your question, we have done that in a couple other things where Riverside Place and a few things where we did a joint detention basin and got rid of a detention basin on other things, but this is different than that, so.
I was just trying to figure out whether it needed a development agreement if they allow those kind of switches back and forth between them, so, okay.
The development agreement was primarily because he wanted to build higher buildings, higher than the 35 feet, 25 feet, whatever.
Okay.
And in exchange, he donated land, which is now our dog park, but it was open space. But I think I'm just trying to figure out if that was included as this lot.
That was also, the open space is also primarily the requirement of the PUD that they were
Oh, yes,
granted.
that's right. So do they need that for their 25% open space,
I believe it's 30%.
30?
I think that's the calculation we have to do to go and verify.
Right.
And pardon me, I mean, I don't know that I want to take care of that piece of property. That was the big discussion. None of us wanted to take care of it anyway. It's just an expense to the city. And it's literally probably a 80 by 30 triangle. So,
So you're saying as an easement, the city would have to go? and
no,
take care
no,
of
no,
it?
not as an easement, as if we had it recorded back and
We had to
don't know
record
it.
it back and put it in the city.
But
Yeah, as it stands now, the city doesn't really own it and doesn't need it for an easement. The question is how we got to that point, I think, and maybe a lesson learned and make sure that we understand why it came forward that way or when that change happened, because we're not seeing where it was documented that change other than a vague reference. And so I think it's more research the history and find out why it's like that. But being left with what it is, what's the question?
it's pretty clear. It never came back to city council to get changed. I mean, I've gone through everything. And so that just when Haley brought it up, I think it's all on the developer that just changed it personally. So I think that a discussion needs to be had with the developer, and I asked staff to do that because I really think that was changed. Because in the very last thing that was approved, it's very clear and very spelled out, and it was on the documents that we approved. So it's nothing against this homeowner or anything. I just think it's an issue that the developer did that he shouldn't have done, and it's clear because you have separated utilities stubbed into it. That was on some set of plans that they were building off of already, and then when the recorded plat was turned in, it was changed.
So how does it currently identified? Is it,
It's,
because on the city, or excuse me, the county website, it says it's all one property.
it is, yeah, that's what I mean. That's the difference is it was
So-
shown as a separate parcel when we approved it,
Right.
but it got recorded as one parcel.
So
And
it
sold to
technically should
somebody.
have been, if you go back to your other screen.
Right.
That
So,
section should have
that
come to
should
the
be-
It was
city.
sold as a bigger premium lot if you go look on their documents.
Okay.
So that's why
So-
that's why I have issues with what the developer did.
So is it safe to say, Blair, that you feel okay vacating the easement on the property, but would like to research why it would happen there?
And I don't know that that even needs to come back to us. I just don't want it to happen again. And I think it needs to be brought to their attention that we're aware of it. So
I'm
So I
okay with
guess
that.
what are our options? If we don't do anything on this, if we deny it, then what happens?
it's still their property. It doesn't,
They just have to deal
doesn't
with it.
change. I just don't, there's no reason to have any.
Changes what they.
Yeah, there's no reason to have an easement on it if it's their property. The easement was more for open space in my mind. It wasn't for a detention basin. That was never even discussed. When you go back through it and listen to everything.
So if it's needed for the open space, do we not want to keep it that way, or do we want to vacate it and then allow
I
them to build?
I don't want it as open space. I mean, because if it's their property, they can fence it.
They
What
can
good is
fence
it?
but-
What does it do good as an open space?
Well, not open space to the city. We don't want it. I don't want it.
Yeah,
But if it's required for open space for the subdivision. 'cause
But
it's
that
a
means it would-
calculation,
but that means it'd have to be open to the public as open space. Is that not correct? At least that development?
That's the intent of open space, yes.
So that's what I mean.
no, I don't want to do that.
That homeowner, I mean, I don't want that, and I don't think that homeowner would want that.
Uh,
No. Can I ask a question? Haley, when you were doing your research, did you look at just the minutes or did you look at the packet of
Both,
June 18th?
both, the packet, I looked at both of them, but I don't have my screenshot of both. I'm looking at, is
If
there
you-
something specific you wanted to look at
Well, in the packet,
for that?
that,
Which
on the June 18th packet for city council, the plat does show the easement, not,
It does show the easement? Okay,
not the separate parcel. My understanding, I think, was that there was a discussion of planning commission. Planning commission suggested that it, however the conversation went down with staff and planning commission, but decided that it would be better as an easement so that that lot 205 could take care of it. And then I think that change was made between planning commission and city council. And then it was approved, or at least that's what's in the packet.
okay. Brad, did you have something you wanted to say?
So if you keep the easement, it would allow you, I mean, it's limited, right? Easement's limited to be used for storm drain detention. So that's the only thing you'd be able to use it for. So Brandon says that there's not a need for that, but that's up to the council to determine. It's within your ability to vacate it or to hold on to it or to request additional information to see if, maybe that calculation. It seems a long shot to me that would be included in that open space calculation because it's attached to a lot.
Well, I don't think it was intended to be. If you look at the previous
I-
things, it was always a separate parcel.
I do think that originally it was needed for open space. I do think that is the case. I think over time, as it was discussed, it was maybe decided that we're okay with the size of the dog park and it's good enough, and this can just be an easement. But you do more research and we could report back if you'd like.
Well, my question though is, if we find out that it is part of the calculations, is that going to change the decision that we would have made tonight? If not, I don't see the need to go chase the tail. I do agree, there was probably a better way to do this. And that falls on us and the developer for making sure that it happened. But, now I'm just looking at an individual who owns their home and wants to be able to, use that land. So I think that the error happened and now we've just got to move on and figure out what we want to do. So.
Look for a motion.
All right, well, Mayor, I make a motion to approve resolution 22-18 vacating the general utility and draining easement on Harvest Park Lot 205.
I second that.
Second note. Councilman Halverson, we'll begin with you.
Aye.
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 Motion carries. Next item, ordinance 2022-03, amending Title 10, Chapter 8, Section 2, number of parking spaces. You want any discussion on that?
Yes. So I've got a number of questions on it. I guess the biggest issue that I have with it when I'm looking at it is that it looks like a lot of the changes that we made also eliminated some of the predefined types of usage. And when I start looking at it, we changed kind of some things with the for churches, for example. We pulled out that. This is planning on overhauling the entire process, right? The entire how many parking stalls we're going to use. And yet I don't see anything that even determines what a parking stall size should be. I've looked up and I've seen other places that do have that. And it just, with some of the things being removed, I just wonder, was there a reason why we removed them or some strategy that you were using?
So this portion of code only deals with the number of parking spaces. It doesn't deal with this parking space size. So it just replaces that 10 or amends the 10-8-5 portion of code. It doesn't take away anything else in that chapter.
So do we have something in code right now that determines it?
We
And that's
do.
9 by what?
So 10-8-5 is the code section that's in question for tonight.
Right.
And then I believe it's in 10-8 somewhere in that it describes it a little bit more in depth. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
So we haven't then, or no, we still have because we got the matrix. Churches, we don't have anything on it.
Right. So we kind of to talk about the uses and what we used in this, the base template off of the numbers where we got this from is from the International Building Code. We used their use types because there's a qualifying phrase above in, so specific requirements for each land use. Required off-street parking shall be provided for each use listed below. Parking for uses not specifically listed below shall be provided in the same ratio as the most nearly approximating the characteristics of the unlisted use as determined by the Planning Commission. So what we did is we did the broad definitions by the International Building Code. So churches, for example, would fall under assembly in that case. And so we can more approximate where things fall by having it more broad than more specific than like our previous code was. Does that make sense? So that was what was proposed, is creating these broader concepts like assembly, dwelling unit, health club. All of those can be applied in a lot of different uses by looking at having that caveat prior that says we can approximate the closest to use by that. So that was the design of it.
Okay.
But it is your discretion. If you don't like it, then you can change anything you want about it.
No, it made me bring up a lot of questions because, I mean, for example, what we do with the church, one space for each 4 seats in the chapel or main assembly area, or if there are no fixed seats, then 1 space for 100 square feet. I mean, some of the places really get into a little bit more detail on it. I don't know if we need to do that, but at the same time, the purpose of this is to make sure that the citizens have adequate parking, not only for their own parking needs, but for visitors that come in, and we've seen in places where right now visitor parking is so limited. We have visitor parking addressed in here under multi-family dwelling visitor. And we have one per every 3 dwelling units. That seems a little bit low to me, because what we're also putting under there is overflow parking. When we talk about visitor parking, it's not just mom and pop coming over. It's, okay, I've got, 3 kids, 3 cars, that kind of stuff. So I think that one's a little bit low, in my opinion. I'd take that down to 1 per every 2 units. And then as I look on the warehouse side, I think that's on the opposite end. I think that one's really kind of high, 1 per 500 gross square feet. I've been able to find out there are other places where it's more around 2,000. And then, so as I've gone through it, I've just seen some of the different ones that are out there. So my questions were more, I guess, where you got it from. You say it's the International Building Code.
International Building Code was the base template that we got off of. One thing to note with the visitor parking. So right now our code is 2.33 per dwelling unit, period, in multifamily. So that means that they can count their driveways in that calculation to that. So in essence, if they provide a driveway into a garage, then the complex does not need to provide any sort of visitor parking, because their visitor parking is sufficient. So what we did in this draft is separate out that 0.33 requirement to a separate visitor parking that has to be separate and distinct from the main parking requirements for each unit, so that there is a required visitor parking rather than just allowing them to use the parking spaces and driveways as their parking requirement. So that was kind of the design that you can, we just use that as the base from what we currently use, but if you want to reduce that to 1 for every 2, that's your prerogative.
No, that was just something that I found, and of course, it's up to the council to make on their decision. But I did notice a couple other places where city code out there talks about visitor parking in multifamily developments, keeping them in tandem and putting it in code, specifying, okay, here's where your visitor parking is, that it can only be so much distance. It has to, of course, be on the same block. So your visitor parking is within that same area that you are doing it, and literally even marks off the amount of feet that needs to be in it, just so the visitor parking is close enough to the residents that are using it. You answered the question on the driveway. It doesn't seem to address basement apartments or short-term rentals. Am I wrong?
The internal accessory dwelling unit is 1 per dwelling unit.
And that was added by planning commission, correct?
That was the request for planning commission. So if you look at the ordinance, it may not be in the now that I think about it, the matrix that it's in the above. No, but on the ordinance that's proposed, that has the updated matrix with 1 per dwelling unit for internal accessory dwelling units.
Okay, so that is accessory dwelling units, but you're saying that includes short-term rentals, and that also includes
short-term rental has their own
parking
section in conditional
Okay.
uses that addresses parking requirements. Does that make sense? So when we do a short-term rental conditional use permit, that's a consideration, is the parking requirements for the conditional use. So that's not addressed in the matrix because that's a conditional use tool for the planning commission when they review conditional use permit.
So you're saying the planning commission could recommend lower or higher parking?
We have a standard in the conditional use permit for a short-term rental, and they can require that any number of parking based off of the conditional use permit application process based on that guiding tool.
Yeah, so when the dwelling unit is built, this is what is required. If they wanted to use that dwelling unit as a short-term rental as a conditional use, the planning commission then applies the short-term rental code, which has additional parking requirements for the number of occupants based on off-street parking stalls provided.
Okay,
One thing to also consider in the calculations that we had, our current one has some calculations that are a little bit harder to determine at a development stage, where it's like how many employees that they have coming. And so we would have to ask them, how many, at a dental office, how many employees do you think you're going to have? Oh, like 4 at the beginning, and then they grow to 12, and they,
yeah.
so we kind of stripped those arbitrary requirements and really did something that was a little bit more standard across all of the uses, so we can calculate square footage or a lot easier at the building or the development stage. to
Yeah, and
ensure future
I
parking.
noticed that. I actually really like that part because there were so many that were, like you said, dependent on, a guess of when it's going to be. And then, of course, as soon as that building or that business sold or changed hands, now you've got a whole different purpose and whatnot. So I don't know if it needs to be handled in here, but it also doesn't say anything about when these requirements are enforced, as in, obviously, anyone is grandfathered in up to this point. Does that change when now the business changes or the building is sold? Or is that kept within it? And with that, if I add on to a building, do I then need to go with the higher requirements? I didn't see any of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, so whenever there's a building license consideration, a building permit consideration, or a development request, it's part of those processes that are in the code. And so we assess parking requirements at that application time. So if they come in and say we wanted to do a new building or add on to our building, at that point, we would just assess, make sure that they have enough parking associated with their new building add-on, or if they're doing a new development, or even if they're doing a business license in a particular location. Say we had a use that in a flex business space that had a church, we would calculate it off of assembly, but then that church changes into a restaurant. Then when they do the business license application, we just sure that they have enough restaurant parking because the use changed on that. Does that make sense? So
It
there's kind of those
does.
mechanisms when we,
Yeah, I'm just questioning where that would be in code.
as part of the business license, building permit, and subdivision process code.
It says that we have to change, or they have to upgrade to the.
They have to
parking.
meet the parking requirements.
Okay. I think that was it. I mean, especially where you're defining that, I noticed that there were others that actually listed in there by the size of the parking area, the lighting that would be required, the type of lighting if it was right next to a residential. And I don't know, I know we have a section in code that handles that, so I'm assuming that that's where it does it.
I will say this is kind of the first piece of a larger iceberg. Brandon and I sat down initially to revamp the entire off-street parking code, and we realized that is an elephant that is too big for us to eat at that point, because we spent about 2 hours talking about access points and how wide they should be.
Yeah.
And we realized, the request from the council was to look at parking spaces at this point, so let's bite off that piece, and then we will continue to work through that
Okay.
part.
Thank you.
So I just had a question on hotels. It looks like we decreased it from 1 per 200 square feet of common area to 1 per 500 square feet of common area. Plus 1 per sleeping unit. So what was the logic by reducing those requirements?
We went with what the ICC code had. So if we want to go back up to that, that's perfectly fine. That we just, it also referenced, I believe, so this plus 1 space per 200 square feet of assembly, banquet, or restaurant area, which is a little bit more specific than it's 500 square feet of common area. So it kind of broadened that to lobby space and pool space, and more.
So that doesn't count, that's not part of their banquet calculation then?
So banquet would
would
count
fall in
that.
there.
All of, anything that could be a common area inside that, any public access space would count towards that.
I like it how it was before. I mean, we've had people consider hotels in the city before. And if we reduce the amount that they need to have by half the parking spaces, that's of their additional parking spaces, that's kind of significant to me. So if I would propose we put it back
To 200?
to 200,
Is the goal to try to get more parking spaces?
right?
This would accomplish more the way that is
Not
now.
in hotels.
No,
Not in
one
hotels.
specific point. It would, because this includes all common spaces, walkways and hallways and things. So yes, it's 500, but more things are included in that 500 than what was specifically delineated in the 200. So the 200 only applied to those three categories, where common space is broader and includes more area.
So if you have 1,000 square feet of hallways, that's included in your parking.
But
as
if you do a
common area.
motel where everything exits directly
don't
into the
allow
parking lot,
motels.
we don't, okay, good.
Okay,
Not good.
all right.
Yeah.
Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Have kind of a proposed project or something, a scenario to run through and maybe
Mhm.
compare, but my understanding is that this provides more because it's a broader category.
So
and
as long as
includes more
not
space.
specific, because I could see a developer going common area. You're telling me that a hallway is common area? I don't think that counts. I don't want to do that.
We would say, yes, it counts.
But that is the way they depict it on
So-
their drawings. When you look at their plans, though, that is all considered
Okay.
common.
Okay, I'm good with that then.
We're just going down the line. Go ahead,
Okay.
Quinn.
So I do have a few questions. Remind me, was the planning commission unanimous on this? Makes a comment in here that they recommended approval of the ordinance with the amendments.
Yes, it was a
Was it unanimous?
unanimous.
Okay.
recommendation.
I agree with what Angie was saying. It would be nice if you took our existing, and hopefully somebody did this, took our existing with the new International Building Code and just say, is it really going up or down? Because I'd hate to make the change based off of a cut and paste of some other area and realize, hey, we had an issue with this and our parking limit in our current code is what it is for a reason, and now we're ignoring that. So did somebody go through that?
Yeah, so in the packet, we delineated some examples that I pulled out. So for example, Burley Burger is about 1,500 square
98.
feet
Right,
of
yeah,
a
I see that.
restaurant. And so in our
I'm just
current
talking the
code-
whole thing, because we just talked schools, we talked church, or we didn't talk schools, we talked churches. You know, there's that whole list on your current code.
Mhm.
Like, I've seen the ones you have above,
Mhm.
and they're increased there. But I'm just saying all of them, you know, are we gonna overlook something?
The
Did anybody
tricky
go
one
through
with
all of
schools
them?
is that it was currently it's just determined by the planning commission. And so there's no good bearing on what that would be exactly. Currently.
Yeah,
And so we can run some numbers and double check.
so anyway, nobody did a side by side, here's what it would go.
Not
to.
of every single use, no.
Okay.
Um,
My next question, you know, we're talking about grandfathering in. I know we have had some concerns with parking at La Roca, and Burley Bird never has enough parking. Maverick, does that have enough parking?
mhm.
And so with this code, we're actually increasing it by about 30%.
Yeah, a lot of times what we're finding with Maverick even, they have more parking than they would even be required to. So they have, I think, 28 spaces, and we wouldn't necessarily require that based off their size or anything right now. And so just to touch on grandfathering, as with most code, when it puts into effect, if you already have the approved use, then you
Right.
continue that approved use until there's a substantial change. So either a new business license is made, or a relocation or expansion, then those would be considered at that point.
Yep, I understand that. I guess what I'm saying with Maverick, they've already got enough parking, and now with this new thing where if they were to come here now and we're new, then we'd require them to have actually more parking than they currently have, which is already Because you're saying they have
No.
17 and they'd need 23.
That's what our code
They actually have
requires.
28.
But they have 28.
They
Okay,
put
so
in
they
more
added?
than-
So
put in more than they needed.
they provided more themselves.
All right, I was
So-
just going off what you had written here, that they currently had 17 and go to 23. Okay. Sorry, just a couple other comments here. With the grandfather thing, there's a statement at the very bottom that as soon as this is signed off, immediately, it's effective immediately. That's section 3, effective date at the end. How does that apply to developments in progress? Are they grandfathered or are they
Yeah,
not?
so any developer that puts in an application has entitlements to what the code is at the time of application.
Right, but if they come
So-
back with a revision or something,
If they're in the process, so even if they're in a preliminary process and we're working through that and they revise that preliminary plan, they still have the entitlements to the current code that they applied in. If they go back to a new sketch plan for a new project, then they would be entitled to the code at that point of the application. Does that make sense? So they're entitled through the process until they get, either they decide to pull their application or they get approved or denied. If they get denied, then they have to reapply through the current code.
okay. And then my last comment is just on the recreation with the new amount. And maybe you haven't done this calculation, Canyon Meadows, would we have had enough parking in it per this new requirement?
I didn't do our own parks because they fall under public buildings / space, and that's defined by our specific review. But no, so I did not do that.
Yeah, I guess my bottom line is I just don't want us to overdo it or underdo it and then have to come back and fix it.
So if we look at
So she's
8
got to check
pickleball
to check
courts,
against what we have.
so 8 pickleball courts, basketball court, probably we could get a soccer field there and the bike track. That's what we would count towards the outdoor recreation space. So with those, I feel like we would be pretty close from what I was counting. But
Thank you.
I just have one. On the multifamily visitor parking, do we need to specify a number? Like if we have a multifamily development that has 40 units and then another one that has 130, we don't have any specifications of how many stalls of visitor parking. Is that something we need to include in this ordinance? Or is that something we will look into when we update the multifamily zone?
so what will happen is if they have 60 units, then they would be required 20, am I doing that right? 20 additional parking spaces that are separate and distinct from the regular. So
Oh, okay.
it's just all based off the unit count. So if we
Okay.
have 120 units, then it would be,
Okay,
I'm doing math and I should not do that in public, but
It's
40
a-
parking
it's a
spaces.
slippery slope.
Try to
That's why I'm doing it.
you're in good company. I'm terrible at math. So, okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Are you suggesting that we separate out, this is how many are homeowner type unit
Yeah.
parking, and this is
Because
number
the
of
2 per dwelling
designated-
unit could be
visitor.
like each dwelling unit needs to have their own 2 parking spots. And then separately and distinct are an additional visitor. So technically, each dwelling unit could have 1 parking spot plus 1 visitor spot is how it's written.
No, we would calculate, it's 2 per dwelling unit period on any type of dwelling unit.
Okay.
So if you have an apartment, you have to provide 2 for that unit.
Okay,
In conjunction with that, and if you read the ordinance above, there's a provision that says multifamily visitor parking developments with multifamily dwelling units shall be required to provide visitor parking that is separate and distinct from the primary dwelling requirements.
but it's the same requirements for the primary dwelling.
So
I'm just not going to interrupt you and I'll keep my mouth
No.
shut and you can
So
finish.
basically, let's even say they're doing a parking lot for the apartments,
Okay.
right? So they have to provide 2 for each apartment. The code doesn't require them to label like apartment 1A, 1B, but that's the count. And so on their drawings, they'd have to say dwelling unit parking is this number and the multifamily visitor parking is this number, but on their drawings, it has to be separate and distinct from the main parking space. So it has to be labeled on their drawings, this is the visitor parking requirement. So even if they do it as all one lot, they have to designate which ones are the visitor parking in that lot. Does that make sense?
That does.
And the reason, or one of the reasons it's broken out into two separate lines in the matrix is for that very purpose of calculating visitor parking separately and distinctly and saying you have to have one visitor parking stall for every 3 units.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
If we didn't do that, then right now, they could just satisfy that any way they want, and they could not provide visitor parking, which is not I think, any of our intents, right? We wanted to make sure that there was specific parking. So this, in reality, requires them to do more that's distinct and separate than prior.
Okay.
Right?
Perfect. Thank you.
I don't have much to say. I've listened to this, other than I will say one little thing, Rod, but maybe it's to Joel's. I actually, on the warehouse, I was at one time extremely opposed to 500. I would have agreed with your 1,000. But if you take a 10,000 square foot building, it's very easy to have 20 employees in there. And I'm adding on, and Ogden Cities is right now at 300, which I think is too low, but I think 500 is about right.
Okay.
So.
Can I sneak in one more? Sorry, IADU is only one.
By state statute, we can only require one
We
for
can't
IADU.
require more than
We
one.
Yeah, that
cannot
was a big
require any more.
discussion.
We can talk to Representative Ward about that one.
Yeah.
So just real quickly, because I got just, is there anywhere that defines in our code the difference between a driveway and a parking spot? Just because of the conversation we had earlier.
I believe in that same section, 8, it talks about access, and then it says driveways. And so my interpretation of that would be that when you're talking access, you're talking driveways. Parking stalls are not access.
Okay.
But we're still counting part of that driveway as a potential. There's a footage when you're saying, we're still counting part of that driveway in my mind and in your mind as one of their parking spaces. It just has to be so far onto their property line or past the sidewalk, if I remember right.
Right. But in the code, when it's talking about driveways, it's not talking about the length, really. It's more just the access point.
Access.
Where are those located? How far away do they need to be from the corner? How wide can you have it per 100 feet? I can't remember exactly what it says, but it's not talking. It's not trying to describe the surface area, of the driveway.
So we're still counting what you and I picture as the flat part of your driveway as a parking space, potentially.
Yes, and a garage as well. So if a unit provides a 2-car garage and and the driveway is wide enough to provide 2 cars, that unit could have 4. And so what this is doing is saying, if it's only 2.33, then multifamily typically under what it currently is would not be required necessarily if they were providing 2-car garages to provide any visitor separate and distinct parking. Does that make sense? Because you can count 4.
With the exception of an AIDU, correct? Because we specifically, IADU.
Wait. I want the mayor to define that.
What does that mean? Mayor, what does that mean?
They're all words, Haley.
They're all words. They all stand for something else. Anyway, in that situation, we did specifically call out that you can't use your driveway if the garage is there because you have to have your own separate path.
Yeah, it works out good if you've got a family, but if you've got other people that are paying for it, we kind of need to look out for them. So the only thing that I would like to add is if there's a couple of places in here where we've seen that it's kind of subjective, left up to the planning commission, I'd rather give a number that we think this is where it should be based on your research and a few of the others, so that then if somebody wants to come in and make a change, they obviously always still can, but then they know the expectation up at the very front of, this is, say like for the church, this is what we're going to do. Because I'm assuming we're going to have a church come in sooner or later down on the west end. And I would rather have some of these things, labeled out before that happens, and then somebody else is grandfathered. So that's the one that I'm looking for. And then again, like I said, I don't know if it's going to be in this or in the other section. I do think we specifically need to define how far away those visitor parking stalls are from the actual buildings that they're supposed to service.
Yeah. We can definitely do that and look into how we want to do that. I do want to just make a note with, when you start codifying design elements, we've seen that it then creates a very clunky design for the developer. So I just want to caution us on being too restrictive on what those dimensions could be, because it could end up being, well, the only thing that we can make work is a 3-story guard apartment, or whatever that might be. That may not be what we would want.
Well, but again, at that time, that could come back to the city council and things could be changed, right?
If it's codified that requires it to be a certain dimension and certain width, then we would have to, at the time of application, we have to consider that unless they request a zoning amendment.
Or a variance.
Yeah.
Or a variance. If they can qualify for a variance. If they can't qualify for a variance, then they would request a development agreement to circumvent that code. So that's a lot of times it's good to be a little bit more vague in the application of the code, so that we can facilitate better design, because no lot is a perfect square. And we found that out a lot.
Well, but the ones we're talking about previously, though, are things like the charter school. And so I'm not sure that clunky is bad compared to completely underestimating. And so that's why I would like to see those put in. I don't know how the rest of the council feels. But yeah, those are my two issues.
Any other discussion? Could we ask for a motion then?
I'm just gonna ask a question. Are we okay with one? Okay, so one for every 3 units. I'm just making sure.
What?
For our visitor parking, is that sufficient, or do we need
One
to do
car for every
1
3
point every
I'm pretty
2.5?
much okay with it, because everything that's zoned under that area is done.
Okay,
So we don't have.
Am I incorrect?
Yes.
We have one area that has currently submitted. an
It is
application.
already submitted
So,
an
yeah, so they're
application, has
done.
preliminary design.
They're
and
grandfathered.
It's already in there. There's no other area with R7 zoned on there currently, period, anyway.
So no more condos, no more apartments, no more of that coming in.
wait,
You're nodding your head, but with property values, I don't know, I mean,
I'm not saying it won't happen. It
Yeah.
couldn't happen.
yeah.
But
Our general plan does not show any additional multifamily built in this city.
I think I'm gonna cry. That's wonderful.
that's what I was trying to get across a while ago.
That is not already in process.
Uh-huh.
Correct.
okay, thank you. Hey, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that we approve ordinance 2022-03, amending Title 10, Chapter 8, Section 2, number of parking spaces.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second that.
Okay, we'll ask for roll call vote, starting with Councilman Dill. You're on the hot seat.
So you're just saying exactly as it is right there, nothing.
Yes, I have not. Would you like to counter my recommendation?
Yes, if that's possible, and that is just to add that the location of visitor parking be added to the ordinance. How do I do that?
Location?
Yeah, so that the.
Oh, like how many feet away from?
Yeah, how far away from the building being serviced?
That would have to be something that they would have to determine and bring back to council.
Okay.
Oh,
This motion needs to be voted on before you start another motion.
So, yeah,
Aye.
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 Hi.
Aye,
Okay. Thank you. Motion carries.
but you can ask for that to be reviewed, Councilman Dills.
I'm going off of what you said and what the city, that we really don't have any of these coming forward. It'd be a moot point really, so.
But if I could just add, it is still on our to-do list to still address the rest of that section in code for parking.
And
Again.
lighting and fencing.
Well, right, yeah, there's a host of things to look at. Right. This is just chapter 8 and we only did a small portion of it.
So
So
there's
there's-
want another longer list, we'll start going through them.
That, your concern, I would think would be addressed when we come to the rest of the section.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ordinance 2022-07, amending Title 10, Chapter 5, various sections to exclude Hill Air Force Base easements from the density calculations. Any comments on this?
Just applaud.
Good, yeah.
Sounds like Blair made a motion.
Can I just have one?
I think Quinn has
Quinn's got
questions.
one
Yeah,
question.
sorry about that. So in the actual code, you've got in section 1, so A1 under each one, it just says, for the purpose of protecting the health and safety of the citizens of Utah and assuring the continued operation of Hill Air Force Base as an active military base, that shall not be utilized in the density calculation. Can that be argued? Can somebody say this is not
So,
relevant to protecting health and safety?
yeah, that's a good question. So that phrase, it's part of the whole, when reading code, you got to read the whole phrase. So it's a development that can contain land use easements purchased by the state of Utah for the purpose of protection. So it's the state of Utah purchasing those easements for that purpose. I pulled that language straight from the easement language from multiple documents. Because what I wanted to avoid is noise zone or crash zone or things that could be a little bit more arguable, right? Where we can say, if the easement was purchased for these purposes, then it can't be used. Does
So
that
that's
make sense?
actually in their purchase agreement.
It's actually in the easement.
So that
It's
just
on the-
brings up
it's on
the
the
second,
title,
the
yeah.
second part of the question then is, do we have any easements that do allow calculations? Because if not, then
Yeah,
why state it?
we allow almost all density, well, we allow all easements to calculate in density calculations currently.
From Hill Air Force Base,
No,
state of Utah. So that's what I'm getting at, is if the state of Utah purchases it for the purpose of protecting blah, 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 right? We put all that wording in there, but the flip side doesn't exist. So why do we need that wording? We just
So-
say if the state has purchased an easement, it can't be used for calculation. Otherwise, I
we
just
could
see
do
somebody
that.
coming in some point and arguing it.
But we could do that, absolutely. We put this specifically because that was the intent of those easement purchases was for protecting Hill Air Force Base. That's basically Hill Air Force Base protection zones. So if I'm not aware of any other easements that the state of Utah would have purchased inside South Weaver that would qualify. So, but I wanted to be a little more specific that it was those two, the crash and the noise zones, that were the main concern. I'm not aware of other easements the state would have, so if we want to just generalize it as the state.
well, the
then-
state would have a UDOT easements and those kind of easements
Yeah,
that
so-
we possibly would allow that
Yeah.
to be in the calculation.
Okay.
And
Right.
just like the power
That makes
line
sense.
easements and those types, that we have several UDOT easements on.
Yeah.
And there's potential that the state could purchase additional easements not associated with this. And so to make it broad might put us in a situation now.
All right, thank you.
Okay. We've got a motion, don't we?
No, Blair was gonna
No.
make a motion.
I gotta find where it even is. Mayor, I'll make the motion to approve Ordinance 2022-07, amending the density calculation in Title 10, Chapter 5, various sections.
Okay, we have a second.
I'll second it.
Okay, we'll give it to Councilman Halverson.
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, motion carries. Next item is approve self-contained breathing apparatus purchase. I think we've discussed that. Anything else on that? I think we're going to take ARPA money to make that purchase.
Mayor, may I move to approve self-containing breathing apparatus purchase for $107,075.51.
I second that.
Okay, we don't need a roll call vote on this, do we? Just
Right, it can just be a,
Does it need to say the name of the company we're purchasing from?
yes, please.
Curtis.
Curtis.
So added that it's being purchased from Curtis. I amend my motion.
The
That's
name of
the
the company is
company
Curtis.
Named Curtis.
Okay.
Not our recreational director.
107075.
Yeah.
51. 51.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next item, fire auxiliary building project overview and potential action. So to discuss that, we've had some discussion on this before. We've asked for another rebid, which we received back from Post, which came in at $243,323. We wanted to look a little bit more into what we could do to possibly reduce this cost. I approached Geneva and asked them, they would come and meet with us, and they did, and was very gracious. We had a great meeting with them. They've since come back and said that they would be willing to make a donation and a deduction on the cost of their concrete. All in all, it would reduce the concrete cost by approximately $20,000. I then reached out to one of our residents, Lane Cap, and he owns Castle Rock Excavation, and asked him if he would be willing to help us out in this situation. And under the item number 2, demolition and removal of the Civic Center, the new price came back at $25,000 to do that. I asked him if he would look at that and see if he could help us out, which he did, and he came back and said that if we would be willing and if we take the debris from it and dispose of that, and we've got a proposal into the landfill up here that they want to tap into our water line, and so we want to get rid of some debris. So we're trying to, you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back type of thing. And I think that they're going to do that. So we would be able to dispose of that, hopefully at no cost. And so that being the case, then Lane said that he would be willing to come in and remove that building for $3,000, which would be a substantial saving from $25,000. He also made the comment that he would remove the trees that were there, grub off the sod that needs to be removed, cap off, chase out the utilities and cap them off. That's another $5,500 on item number 4 that we could remove. Looking at the scope of the project, there's 2 other items on there that I feel that we could probably remove. One of them, item number 16, the new water separation and on the sewer line, where we're building this and that it's going to be used strictly as storage. There's nothing that's going to be washed down out there. We're not even providing water out there. The water that's going to come off of that is nothing more than off from a driveway or off from a parking lot, which would go into the storm sewer. I see no need for having that. That's $9,750 that we could take off there. Going down to item number 21, that's a drain system that would run in front of the building to drain the water off over into the storm sewer system. That I've been down there and I've looked at the topography of the property. I think that can be designed to where we do not need that drain system. That would be another $10,575. Taking all of that up, subtract that off, you're looking at around $177,000 would be the cost of that building now, if we approach it in that direction. So that's kind of where we're at.
Is that with the building? Is that with
That's
the-
not, no, that's.
That's
just-
not with the Roper
that's-
building.
That's not with the building.
Yeah.
That's everything.
That's this
Yeah.
project, the project bid.
I understand. Just wanted to clarify.
Can you give me that total one more time? Sorry, Mayor, will you give us that new total one more time with all those?
Well, it's an approximate. I've
Right.
got, 177,000 basically.
177. Okay, thank you.
So a reduction of $70-ish thousand from that bid of 243. Right?
Right. Yeah, reduction from the 243.
If we're gonna go with those options, we'll need an exact amount, will we not? Okay. Is the, Rod, on your item 16, so the new oil water separator on the sewer line was 9,000,
Yeah,
but that means they had to get a sewer line there, correct?
Yeah, the sewer line, the storm sewer's got to run in to there. So storm sewer will come in because your property is falling to the back.
So we're gonna put a catch basin back
So we're
there
gonna
then.
put there'd be a box.
Just a, just catch basin box in the back.
In the back.
There's nothing now going into the building.
There's nothing.
Is
there
that right?
to track.
If we got rid of that?
I think item 16 says sewer, but it was supposed to be storm drain. It actually is on the storm.
Well,
drain.
it was
Well, I
originally,
know,
it was originally on the sewer line
Well,
and then
that's-
it was moved to the storm drain. When the sewer was removed entirely, then it had to go to the storm drain.
Well, I'm very impressed that we've been able to get those numbers. The question I still have though is, would it be cheaper still to be doing asphalt instead of concrete for the road in and around?
I asked that to Geneva and
Yeah.
they basically said no.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, that was the only question I had.
I was surprised at their answer. But yeah.
Yeah,
what
that's
they said.
awesome.
Because Brandon, is that, you normally would square foot concrete more than you would asphalt, correct?
Right, but the quantities here are so small that, mobilization and all the rest for asphalt, it starts to get to be close. That's why you typically don't concrete roads because there's large quantities, right? But in this particular case, I mean, you're gonna get a much longer life out of concrete than, that would be a very short-term gain, long-term loss, in my opinion.
Way to go, Mayor.
so
So,
I don't know. I mean, that's still a lot of money. That's what I've been able to come up with, so. You guys can.
That's what I did, what the rest of you guys do.
In your court now.
So I appreciate all the work you did there. The one question I have on this is all still coming out of ARPA funds, and so we just need to decide whether this is on the top priority versus all the other things that are competing with it, right? For ARPA funds. So the extra, if we did get $177,000 would be deducted from the ARPA? Yes or no?
Yes,
Absolutely.
yes, the idea would be that we need to use ARPA money to make up the funding gap.
And the 125 that we already approved last year on the budget is above and beyond what we're talking now.
Correct. So if you look at the packet, it shows the breakdown of the total project cost and then the amount that's already budgeted, the remaining amount. So the funding gap at this point is approximately 270, 269, 969. And so with the mayor's additional $70,000 off of that, the funding gap is essentially $200,000 for the entirety of the project.
Brandon?
Can I just add in, just so that there's no surprises? The mayor has been great at going out and trying to figure out how to get the cost down, and I applaud his efforts. I just need to point out that the additional things that the mayor talked about tonight have not been brought up with Post, and so I guess there's a small caveat that they may or may not be willing to work with those changes. And I suppose if they're not, then we don't have anybody that's ready to do the project, which would mean then we'd have to rebid.
So you could essentially, if you are ready, right? No push from me necessarily, but if you are ready and comfortable with those numbers and wanted to award the project to Post and use ARPA money to the tune of $200,000, contingent on Post being comfortable with the bid change, essentially, right? With that bid schedule change.
Right.
If they're not, then that means we would just rebid it with the changes that we've discussed and say, here's the new project, right? So we bid out a project, we've revised the scope, and Post has given us an updated bid. We're essentially doing that again. And if they're amenable to that, great. If they're not amenable to that, then we would say, here's the new project scope, and we go out and we just have to bid that again. If you're uncomfortable still with all of that, of course, you're not awarding it, and we're still working it. So.
So that's a big decision that we need to make. The only other option that I can see would be to go back to what Blair maybe mentioned last time, that we go ahead and we get that building up and to where the fire department can use it, and this other portion of the project be addressed sometime down the road. Other than we'd have to remove the building, so we could get the drive back through there, but put down road base or something else that they could drive back on until we can come up with the funds to do it. So I think those are our two options.
Let me ask Brandon, so Post has bid this out. If we approve this, how soon would they start on this project? And follow up, same with Roper.
Roper is kind of on hold, waiting to,
To hear from us.
figure out what we're doing with this. And Post originally was able to start right away. That, we bid this back in December. So I don't know. I haven't talked to them recently to know when they would be able to start. I mean, I think they've been very good to work with on making all these changes. So I'm grateful that they've been good to work with that way, but I can't answer exactly when they'd be able to start.
Okay.
And there's a few other potential bottlenecks. One is that we've got to move the gas off of the existing building and reconnect it to the new building. We're, subject to whatever schedule they are on. demoing the building, you know, you got to get the Comcast line off of there. You got to, you know, there's a couple of things that would have to be done just to do the bare minimum still. So it's what's been hard about this is that there's only so much you can cut out before it stops functioning for its intended purpose.
Okay, thank you.
One item that Lane did bring up, it was, you know, we would have to cover any demolition permits, and mentioned asbestos, if we need an asbestos test on that building or not. You know, they would be on us to take care of.
Right. There's always, with any project, there's always those kinds of things that could come up during the project that could end up being change orders or things that we didn't see or know about beforehand.
So if we do the reductions that the mayor has already kind of negotiated for us, we take that over to Post, and Post says, well, we're gonna have to rebid the whole thing. Are they basically going to, now that another year has passed, all of the costs now go back up again for every detail of it, and now it's kind of sixes all of the good work that's been done? Is that a risk that's?
I do think there's some risk to that, and unfortunately, it's been really hard to get people to bid stuff lately.
Their new bid though, what is fairly new.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, their reduced
Their
cost
reduced
was
cost.
only back just a few weeks ago.
Okay.
So they're honoring those new prices. So if they're willing to work with these other reductions, that would be our best case scenario, in my opinion.
And the likelihood of that, you're saying, is, I know it's.
I would hope.
Okay.
I would hope, but I know that, you know, when you're a general contractor and you're bidding, you know, 30 items, 40 items, you're looking at the project as a whole.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's hard when you take individual line items out to make sure that, am I still covered everywhere else? So that would be, I would, if they refuse to do it, that would be the only reason, is maybe they just feel like it, you know, I'm not comfortable with all of our prices now.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing that out so
Yeah,
you're
no,
aware
appreciate
that could be their response.
Okay, so I know that concrete's like an astronomical rate right now. If we were to just do the pole barn, do you guys think that concrete will be down anytime soon, or? I mean, I know it's like incredibly high, unsustainably high, one may say, possibly.
It's anybody's decision. on
I'll
that.
give you an example.
If it's
on a
anybody's decision, then make a different decision.
I'll give you an example on a different project that has been bid and has not yet come to council, but we just got the bids back. And every year we do concrete repair work, and we typically budget $50,000 a year. We bid that out last year and got no takers. And so we said, well, let's save that money. Let's put it into a larger project. Let's bid it out this year. So that's what we did. And every year we just get as much as we can get done for the amount of money we have. We only got one bidder back. The engineer estimate was, 150,000-ish? And the bid came back at 330. So we've got another one of these concrete type projects. And so that will be a different conversation in the
That's not all
future.
in materials either. I mean, I know concrete's
Well,
high, but
concrete's high. I've never, in the 45 plus years that I've been building, I've never seen a reduction in cost of concrete. The only way that I could ever see there would be a reduction in cost would be if we had our economy collapse, and then you would probably see a reduction in a lot of things, not only concrete, but that's probably what it would take.
This may be a good time for me to give one of the report items that I had that's related to economic market conditions. I was part of a webinar just this afternoon, that talked about market indicators and where we're headed and things like that based on, what they see. And they basically said, we're seeing signs of slowdown, but not signs of full recession, that there's still too many growth indicators at the same time. The other main takeaway for me was they showed a graph of inflation rates, and they said our inflation, they think is about ready to peak, that it is a 40-year high. And whether or not that's true, I mean, economists are just weather forecasters for markets. So I've never heard an economist say, yeah, it's going to change tomorrow. It's things are going to do exactly what they're going to do or they've done, but eventually they'll change. So take that for what it's worth, but those are the kind of market indicators that are out there for us.
Yeah. The slowdown would change prices. There was just hopefully, if anything, it would be a slowdown. I think slowdown would reduce prices.
Can I also just add in that I think it's important to maybe reiterate it. It's in the memo as well, but this project is I think was originally thought of as one project, but it's actually accomplishing two different purposes. And maybe that you all remember that, but the auxiliary building is for storage and vehicle being able to park the vehicles. And Cole's here, so he can respond to that maybe better than me. But there's been a need for a driveway to get around to the back of the building for a long time. That has been looked at multiple times over the years, and eventually was decided that just coming around the side and taking down the building would be able to accomplish that. And so we're kind of trying to get two different things accomplished with this whole thing that's now become one project. Just want to make sure that, you understand you're getting more maybe than just the building.
So I sense a lot of hesitancy up here. I'm definitely not. We can't approve it as is right now with all these proposed changes. You have to go back and come back with a firm bid, right? With real numbers, or are you wanting to
I mean, I
check
think
that's higher than?
you could authorize a number, as long as we can work with that number, then we can work with the contractor.
We could even authorize the full amount with the direction that they go and try to get the savings.
Yeah.
Right.
As long
Yes.
as, especially
Yeah, if
where
you
it's
did
ARPA funds.
contingent that we're able to get the.
I'm not
scope
saying that's what you
reduction.
do. I'm just saying
Right,
you can do that.
Yeah, we can't. Nobody's jumping at that yet.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Well, I mean, go
Because
ahead.
I'm still struggling with our conversation, last time about all the other things we want to spend our ARPA money for. And I know this is needed and important, and I had a discussion with the chief, and he felt like there might be other ways to accomplish this that weren't as expensive, but maybe hadn't been looked at yet. So, I turned to Brandon, you always do a good job of trying to make everything up to code and, good enough to last for 50 years or, whatever. What is the option if we said we're only going to give you $100,000 instead of the $200,000? Then what would you come back with?
I mean, I guess I don't think you meet the purpose of getting the driveway in the back. The chief mentioned the other day that, maybe he can just drive out through the park, which I think, I don't know if they've ever done before, but
Yeah.
but we were, we don't feel like that's really a good long-term solution, at least as far as like trying to do the project right. I mean, I don't know. It feels like it's down to as small and taking out any possibility for future options. I mean, all of that is gone. Just meeting the bare minimum purpose of the project is, I think, where we're at right now. I'm totally sympathetic to the conversation about the cost of this. But I can't control what construction costs actually are. And, you know, if we don't get somebody that gives us a lower price, I don't know what else to do about that.
Well, but it's kind of evolved pretty drastically. I mean, we started off way down here. I mean, not even where close to this kind of a number when it was originally presented to this council.
Yeah,
And
I think
it's evolved drastically.
that's a very important point, and let's land on it for a second. I would like to acknowledge and take ownership of that idea that we approached this project very differently than, for example, the Public Works facility, right? We were going to design a project, have a number, know what we're going into, and then talk about funding for that. This project has evolved, and it never had that moment of, this is the design, this is the project, this is the, you know, elevation that you see and know what you're getting, kind of an idea. And because of that, it feels like a classic example of scope creep. And that is a double-edged sword, right? Scope creep can be great in the idea that you're accomplishing more, as we've said, but it also can be a total gut punch when you go, I don't want to have that keep happening. I have a number in my head and I want to stick to that. And so I acknowledge that. We own that this process has not been the easiest process, the most clear process, the most straightforward process. And if we had talked about it in these terms with a bid list and all of that early on and said, here's the project, this is what we're doing, and then budgeted appropriately, rather than feel like the budget has to keep growing to accomplish, I think we'd probably all feel differently. And I feel very similar to the way that you do. And I think we all do. We don't feel any concern about you going, this is not what we want, right? We understand those feelings and we get that. And so if the hesitancy is the idea of, well, we want staff to get us where we need to go, and we feel like we were strung along, again, I acknowledge that, and we recognize how we got to this point over time, and layer upon layer was added and the conversation changed, and then you hear about a bid that comes back at $280,000 before we started reducing scope. So yeah, that was not the way to go about it, and there are lessons learned.
I have a question for Cole, if you don't mind. So I know that I asked Chief Tolman this. I wasn't able to meet with him, and I did ask him again, but just considering all savings possible as we are, one of the expansions that happened was going with a bigger building to put engine 2 in that building. I asked the chief if it was possible to keep engine 2 in the main building. And he said something along the lines of, it's physically possible, but not what we are wanting, which kind of I had a jest about, which is physically possible for this budget, but not exactly what we are wanting. So I was just wondering if you can help me understand that concept better.
The whole reason for putting it, and I guess what we're looking at is the way we have it designed right now, our biggest apparatus can go there. If we design it smaller, then those apparatus physically have to stay in the main building, which then takes first out piece of apparatus and sticks it in the back building. So that it's not conducive for our responders to have to run out, go through that whole building instead of just walk out into the station, get into the apparatus and leave out the front pad. Now we have to go out and play Rochambeau with vehicles. So that's where Chief Tolman was going with that, is it's physically possible to keep it in that building, but that's not preferred because then that takes up a frontline piece of equipment that needs to be in that building.
So the front line, sorry, I'm just going to review what he said to make sure I get this right. So the front line, there would be
paramedic rig, ambulances, engine.
So he says six of those will be frontline. So that would be your paramedic, your ambulance, both ambulances, two ambulances, the engines, and then the 4 wildland apparatus. Do 2 ambulances need to be frontline?
Yeah, so right now we're double stacking calls almost probably 50% of the time in the city. So that means that if that ambulance is in the back, once again, now our people that are at the station covering that second medical call are now gonna have to go back out and do that. So right now, our ambulances are both of our frontline ambulances, we consider them frontline, are in. So ambulance 1 and ambulance 2 are in that building right now, kind of Rochambeaued in there, because obviously you guys that have been there have seen how those are parked. So for us to get the second ambulance out, we then have to go move a few vehicles to get that out so that we can make those accommodations to get out on that medical call, which just means time wasted.
Well, and the ambulances can't sit out on the drive, right? They have to be brought back in because of the.
Yeah, medication and stuff inside of it, correct?
I'm more speaking, what about the wildland trucks? Because that's what I was wondering about. If you move the wildland trucks to the engine 2 to the main building and move wildland trucks off
Yeah.
of the front line.
So once again, those are frontline, right? So the building there, it's going to evolve every season. Things are going to evolve, right? Depending on what's frontline and what's not. So the main things that are going to stay: engine, ambulances, paramedic rig, those all stay frontline. Wildland apparatus, you're right, they can rotate, but if we don't build the building big enough, then we're stuck to what we can move out there. We can't move that other apparatus out of that building. It has to stay and take one of those spots. So, and we're talking feet, right? We're not talking, we're talking like 2 feet added to the building. We're not talking 14, if that makes sense.
Is the building 50 by 40?
Mhm.
Were we looking at 30 by 40 initially?
30 by 40. So we went
20
wider,
feet.
so 20 feet. Yeah. But even the cost difference between the 20 feet, I sympathize because I pay taxes. So I sympathize of what we're trying to do here, right? I do. But at the end of the day, I'm with Brandon on this. At some point, the project isn't the project. And if we keep cutting and keep cutting and keep cutting, we're not going to meet the means of what we have to have. And then we're going to be putting more money into something in 5 years to get back what we should have done in the first place, right? That's the hard part, right? And maybe this can help us as staff is, what's the number you're looking for? What number do you want? Right? So if you guys are not okay with 200, what's the number you want? And let's try to figure that out. If you guys have a number in place that you're already thinking of, that you're okay with, and that you're confident of, hey, we can use this much of ARPA funds to do that, give it to us. Let's figure it out. But for us to chase a moving target is hard to do, right? Like we can't keep cutting stuff that we don't know what we're shooting for. So if you have a specific number you're looking for, let us know. Let's see what we can do to accomplish that goal together.
So, did you?
Thank you, Cole.
Yeah,
Mhm.
is that okay, really quick? Because I don't want to forget what Dave said also. Cole, I appreciate that because I feel like there has been this frustration on both sides going, oh my gosh, we want to get you guys taken care of, but we only have limited funds. And you're going, we know you have limited funds, but we really have to have this. So I appreciate the position that you're in. And I appreciate what Dave said about the scope. And it kind of clicked to me when Brandon said, well, we're really doing 2 projects. Because we're not just doing the building, which was the shed. I'll say it and I'll never say it again.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I'm actually okay with the size of the building because I appreciate and understand that we're protecting the investment of the other vehicles. So I'm okay with that. But to get the driveway, that's the thing, to just kind of complete the project, right? Make it all cohesive for the fire department. So I think that's kind of where the hingup was, that we were going, oh, this is totally evolved, but now we have a complete project that will actually work and be functional. So Quinn, I'm not jumping to do it. I'm not jumping to do it, but I also am hesitant to wait. Here's my hesitation. Hearing what Brandon says about the bids and availability for people. We have new vehicles coming, so this has to be finished in the fall. We don't have a choice on that. Or we're risking, damaging the water pumps to these vehicles that we're just investing money in. So is it worth it for us to use this ARPA money now to get it done and not have to worry about it? Or not? I gotta tell you, when I came tonight, I was like, still feeling really sick about it. And I don't feel great, but I do look.
And part of what you brought up is what I was thinking. So Dave, when the fire department goes out and they fight wildfires in another area, whether it's in the state, out of the state, they get money for that. What happens to that money? Is it go into the general fund? Does it get directly put back over to the fire department? What happens at that point?
The fire department is part of the general fund. So
Okay,
yes, it becomes general fund money.
so this is one of the only few things in the entire city that we have that has a return on the investment. My personal opinion, I think this has been engineered well above the simple idea that it was. And could we do road base and gravel around it? Yeah, we probably could do something like that. But the difference is, this is a portion of the city that, regardless of the cost, will actually be making more money because of the wildfire equipment that we have. When we look at the $300,000 to $400,000 price tag, and we looked at that list that we could spend the money on, that was also right up there with the range of the bathrooms. And I don't think even if we charged a quarter or a dollar for every time somebody goes into the bathroom stall, that we would ever get money back like we can if these guys have the full equipment they need and be able to move them all out quickly without having additional delays. Because that's when it comes down to it is, okay, yeah, well, you guys can move the trucks around, you can move everything around. Whose house do you want to test that fire on that they have to move everything around on? So while I look at the amount of money and it is extremely high, it is one of those that I do see money coming back because of the decision, where we can actually make more money from them being able to have this additional equipment that's going out, from them being able to go out on those extra fires that they could do. So while it does have a huge cost, that is kind of, I don't know if I'd consider it jumping, but that's, I like ROI versus just an expense. So.
So can I just state for the council, I've been going through our budget priorities that we discussed and things are high. Remember the meeting that we were all sick about? Okay, which one? Just kidding.
Yeah, I don't know which one you're.
Just
talking
kidding.
about.
So we talked about things we could spend this money on and all these high dollar items that we have. So we just awarded $107,000 for the scuba. We have $10,000 for the abatement that's put in the budget. The wildland program is listed on here, and the only number I can see is the number for Syracuse's, which is $101,000. Does that sound about right? What it would take to start that?
But
No,
we're not-
wildland's gonna be a discussion tonight.
Yeah,
Part of
and
it.
Okay.
Part of the
talk
budget,
about
not
it.
ARPA.
Not a, but that was part of our discussion.
Okay,
You're-
so
you're-
what I'm trying to get at is we're kind of ticking off these items a little bit. So this was 200, what was it, Mayor? 240?
243, 323.
That's what their bid was.
And if we can get it down, it would be about 177. So I guess what I'm saying is,
Before she jumps.
I'm not jumping yet. I'm just saying, I feel like, I feel more comfortable with this because this project has to move forward and I don't want to speak for everybody else.
I just have one question. Are you guys keeping the tree on the very back? I noticed that it says to protect existing tree. And before you were going to take it down. So is that a new development?
Answer this carefully.
The tree is staying.
Good man.
The tree was never going to be removed. Not the back one.
It
The three
it
of
was.
us.
I asked
was.
you and you said, there's no way we can keep that tree. And then I see now we are going to keep that tree and I'm very happy.
Okay, well, then forgive me for not remembering. But yes. the
I'm glad
tree is
about
intended
that.
To stay.
Okay, thank you for doing that. I think Joel and Angie bring up some very valid points. that's all.
So the way I look at it from two different directions. I agree with what Joe and Angie have said, and we need it. And we've got money available and it'd be a good investment. I take a step back and say, if ARPA money weren't there, what would we be doing? Would we be pulling money from the general fund to do this? Or would we be finding some way to delay it or to reduce it? And to me, that's the dilemma. Since we suddenly have a windfall of money, yeah, let's go spend it and do it, and that's great. And we don't have to worry about it. But what would we have done if ARPA money was not there? Is it that high of a priority that we would be pulling $200,000-300,000 out of somewhere else to take care of it? That's more a rhetorical question. I think, I'm to the opinion that we need to move forward with it. It's just a matter of what amount are we going to approve,
There were staff conversations before ARPA money became available. There was a moment where kind of bids came back and we didn't know that ARPA money was going to be available broadly. And the conversation was, where could we find any kind of money? And staff did start looking at options that way of what we could bring forward to the council to meet that need. For what it's worth. Thank you.
What is defining it?
No, we did not. It would have become a much more difficult budget conversation if ARPA was not part of it.
I do think it was a high enough priority. One, because of the vehicles we have coming for the wildlands and that. And the leased vehicle. No, you're good. But that's what kind of turned me over the corner is it is something we have to store them in. It also has to have heat, which I keep reminding you. And we have I know you're getting donations, but it was never on the budget to begin with
If they're
either.
down there, they are already there. The heaters are.
I know
sitting in our
they
station,
are. I know they are.
Waiting to be installed.
Still takes gas lines. But anyway, so we didn't have all those things before. And so, I mean, I could hash my concerns. My concerns go right with what Dave was saying, because this is not a shed. This is an auxiliary building. But I think where we do have the ARPA funds, I think we move forward with it. The question is, are we okay to approve the full funding and with the direction of staff to go find the reduce so that this doesn't sit and have to bounce back and forth with post? I want them to proceed, because I think if we put it back out to bid, we're going to be very disappointed with that bid. So I would rather them to go negotiate those items that the mayor brought up and any other items that Cole thinks we can delete off of there as well, and move forward with it.
So just to be clear on here, the overall budget of 400,000, that's not all ARPA. We're only talking the 243 if we approved it as is.
Correct.
Okay. That would be ARPA money.
Right.
All right, I'll jump.
Oh, Quinn's jumping.
So Mayor, I move to approve the overall project budget of $400,000 for the fire auxiliary building project and awarding the concrete and site work portion to post-construction for up to $243,323 with the encouragement that we look at all of the benefits and savings that both the mayor and the fire department have brought up and reduce that total amount as much as possible.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I almost considered not saying that.
That, let me just make one comment from Geneva. They wanted to make sure right up front before we even got into much discussion on this, that they wanted to do this as part of the community, being part of the community. They wanted to make sure that in no uncertain term did anyone come to them and use it as leverage, that because of the dust problems that we have with Geneva, that they're trying to so-called buy us off. They said if this is the case, we're out of here. We want nothing to do with it. This is nothing more than wanting to be part of the community and help the community out. So everybody needs to understand that. And I told them that's the way that we all felt. And that's why we didn't bring that up to begin with, asking them for a favor because of the problem that they're creating. That's
Thank you, Mayor.
worth noting. Okay, our next item, storm drain rate study. Another big one here. As I've looked this over myself, speaking for myself, realizing I don't have a vote on what we do here. But I'm concerned, very concerned with making the rate increase. At this time, I don't hesitate at all, realizing that there's a need. There is a need. But I'm real concerned with having an increase under the certain conditions that we have existing today with our economy, with raising inflation, with everything costing our citizens more money, to go to them and say, we're going to double your storm sewer rate. I think it's a timing issue, and I think right now is not the time. I'll open it up for your discussion.
Brandon gonna do a presentation.
I have one prepared if that's all right.
Last time we opened it up to a Brandon storm drain presentation.
I was gonna say, here you go. Are you ready? Okay. And let me I guess also state that I appreciate the mayor's comments. The purpose of the study is to identify the need and to tell you how much it would cost to meet those needs. You're always completely free to make whatever choices that you want. It's kind of a level of service discussion. So, is it just me?
We need a new clicker.
Oh my gosh, can we get that for the record? Cole says the fire department's gonna purchase it.
He's getting on Amazon.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I'm hopefully going to help you to understand tonight is just the need, and then you can decide where to go. So quick background, Zions Public Finance, Inc. was selected to do the study back in May. The storm drain CFP was adopted in September. Stormwater management plan was adopted in December. That's the wonderful presentation that you all recall and thoroughly enjoyed, I know. And then in January, the staff worked on updating the storm drain fund operating expenses to match the needs of the stormwater management plan. All right, Lisa, can you, yeah, there you go. All right, so what goes into the rate study? It was a 10-year evaluation period. They estimated the growth and inflation rates. And in your packet, you got the full report from Zions Public Finance. It takes into account the current cash balance and any kind of debt that you already have on the books. You've got your storm drain operating expenses, and you've got your capital projects. So capital projects are a large portion that has, to my knowledge, has not really ever been a part of the storm drain rate. So capital projects are a big portion of this, and it takes into account the existing efficiency projects as well as maintenance projects, but it does not include impact fee eligible projects, as those are obviously with the impact fee. Okay, so growth projections, just so you can see, it's based on ERUs. Residential ERUs are just, one ERU is one home or a residential unit. And non-residential, the purpose of using ERUs is for non-residential. When you've got commercial or things like that, it's based on hard surfacing. So you can see that in 2022, we had 3345, and it by the end of 10 years, it's anticipated to be, what's that, 3889? Anyway, so that's taken into account. Also, with the growth, operating expenses. So those are part of the fund that is part of the budget that you see every year. In there is a per year increase of 3 to 5%. The average is 3.6. And it's important to point out that based on the needs for trying to meet the clean water, stormwater stuff, it was felt that one full-time employee would be needed for the storm drain system only, where currently there's only just a partial employee. So that would be added in 2023 immediately, or the next budget. Here's the overall, operating expenses. You can see the different percent increases on those. Next. And then for construction costs, it was assumed 3%. In the storm drain fund right now, there's 400,000 cash balance, or is what was assumed in the study, and $0 outstanding debt. You can't read that, but in the report, it has a summary of all the operating expenses. If you take all of those for over the whole 10 years and add them up, you come up with 3.29 million. For the capital projects, a needs assessment was done as part of the CFP, and that was based on criticality, condition, and when each of those projects were needed. Then each was scored 0 to 5, 5 being the highest priority. So a project that gets a 15 would be your highest priority project. And here is where the first 10 years of capital projects scored. You've got a 15 at the top, which is the Public Works building, and down to an 11. Let me point out the project number 8. So the project numbers are not in order of priority. The project numbers were based on just kind of location throughout the city. Then they were prioritized, and so the numbers stay the same, but these are where they would come in based on priority. Project number 8 is only considered in option, in the rate options number 2. I'll show that to you later, but so just keep in mind that the rest of the rate options only go down to project 25. So if you add those up, again, project number 8 is not in this number, 4.68 million. And again, it obviously excludes the impact fee portion of those projects. So I wanted to give you a quick overview of what each of these projects are, so you can see, hopefully see the need. Project 26 is the Public Works building, and the funding for that would be assumed to be through a bond. And so it's just an annual payment. And in the appendices of the report, you would see what that number is. There's no picture that goes with that one. Project number 11 is just, it's a small project, but it's located in 2100 East intersection. When we get heavy rainstorms, the lid pops off, and we'd like to fix that.
Do those happen still?
Did what?
Heavy rainstorms, does that happen anymore?
the lid popping off?
Heavy rainstorms.
Heavy rain.
Never mind.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. Just keep going.
Sorry, I was like, rainstorm. Right, right.
Relax, Brandon. you're
Okay,
good.
okay, all right, I get it, I get it. It's a joke, okay, all right. You're right, yeah, we haven't seen very many of those, have we? But the one thing I'll say about storm drain though, is that it goes, you can go a really long time, and then you just get one of those summer thunderstorms that floods everybody, and all of a sudden everybody's interested in storm drain. So it's one of those things where you have to prepare so that when that comes, you know, you're glad you invested. All right, next one. Project 12 is Deer Run. I'm not going to read the full description, but if you want to, you can read through that. Its purpose. If you want to go to the Lisa, when I go to those, we can just go to the picture and I'll try to explain it. So in the intersection of Deer Run and what's the other one? 30 what? 81? No, not 8100. Yeah.
It's not
Sorry,
in the picture.
It's too.
Lower right-hand corner starts out 23 something.
Maybe back up in the description, it would have said that. Anyway, in that intersection, I'm trying to be quick. Does it not seem like that? Oh, man, okay. I know this is storm drain, man. Oof. In the intersection.
Hey, we've been laughing more in this storm drain.
Okay,
I
okay.
can tell you that.
All right, I'm trying to, okay, keeping it light. So.
The laughter increases the desire for break does too. I think.
In that intersection, it frequently ponds and sometimes even backs up into the driveway of the homeowner there. It's come close to his garage before. There's a detention basin in the back, and the pipe's just undersized. So it needs to be upsized over to 8100, and it has to cross the canal. We'd like to also get rid of the detention basin so that there's not maintenance behind there as well. Okay, project 13 is similar, except this one's on Peachwood, and well, that's Deer Run as well, but it goes back to Peachwood. Again, it's a detention basin, but the detention basin, unless I'm not seeing that right. Yeah,
That's right.
thank you. Maybe I do need to go back to that. Anyway, again, the pipe needs to be upsized to get the flow from the intersection back to the detention basin. Project number 2. This is the line that's needed for the Public Works facility and an expansion of the detention basin that's backed by I-84. 7775 south. That whole street has issues with ponding water. When it was originally constructed, it was built at a very flat grade. And in order to get rid of and there's lots of sections of curb and gutter that have settled. When we do street maintenance projects, we really don't have funding in there for replacement of the whole street of curb and gutter. So the only way to get rid of the ponding issues, which also deteriorates your asphalt, is to install a storm drain line down the road and create high spots and low spots where the storm drain or the runoff can drain to. So if we were to need the need to do street asphalt work on this road is already there. Without funding to fix the curb and gutter, then we would just be replacing the asphalt and it would just deteriorate, at a higher rate than it would if you fixed it, if that makes sense. And you wouldn't get rid of any of the complaints because the water would still pond. Project 23 is, if you've been on Deer Run, you know all of those cul-de-sacs that come down into Deer Run. They come in at a very steep grade. And this would get rid of the waterways as the, as Public Works plow or even some of the vehicles as they try to turn into there, they frequently scrape. Again, the only way to get rid of that is to put a storm drain line down the road and put inlet boxes at those intersections and get rid of those waterways. Project 14 is same kind of thing as 7775, except this is down on Canyon. You got kind of some of the same issues. The curb and gutter has settled in a lot of places. You've got a lot of ponding, and to get rid of that, you would need to install storm drain down the road and replace the curb and gutter. Oh, this is on the east end of Deer Run. There are some boxes that have water that drain into them, but doesn't drain out. They're just sumps that just sit there full of water all the time. There's a main storm drain line that is in the road. And so what the project would do is connect to that line, put in inlet boxes, and get rid of those sumps. And then Project 8, which again is only part of that option number 2, is to expand the regional detention basin down by Canyon Vistas and
Sunray.
Yeah, Sunrays, thank you. This is at the bottom of the storm drain system, and so it has a large area that drains to this area. So in a large storm event, the current pond is not big enough. So you've got your operating expenses, you've got your capital projects. Operating expenses are about 41%, 59% for capital, a total of almost 8 million over 10 years, so that's a big number, but it is over 10 years.
Is the clock starting right now on that?
Well, what do you mean? It's not, if you don't do anything, you'll just continue like you are, and you wouldn't see any of those numbers.
Okay. Thank you.
Another joke. Obviously, I didn't get it. Sorry. Okay, so rate options. You've got option 1 through 4. You can see the years and what those rates, how those rates would increase. We currently are charging $7 per ERU, and I don't know that I need to go through all those numbers. You can see what they are. The Municipal Utilities Committee has met and reviewed this, and they are recommending option 3.
I'd like to point out that Brandon didn't volunteer to do that presentation. The Municipal Utilities Committee asked him to go over the project so that everybody can know what they were.
Thank you, Brandon.
Yes, thank you. It was very engaging and interesting. Hey, I have one question. So you have your fund and it's showing a $400,000 balance, showing all of our projects. It's a deficit, right? But we will be getting impact fees from continuing growth. And I know that those impact fees are specifically for those areas, but it will be coming into that fund, correct?
But they can only be used for the projects that have been identified as impact fee
Oh, okay.
projects.
And the
And-
projects that just were discussed are non-impact fee eligible projects.
Correct.
The 400,000 that were, okay.
400,000 is
we have-
is
our balance.
It's your capital projects fund,
Yeah.
essentially,
Yes.
right? It is your fund balance where it stands today. So the idea is that you're charging the rates, you're increasing that fund balance over time till you can do the project.
I guess what I'm asking is the impact fees that we got for all these areas, we don't have it? Does that make sense? I'm trying to figure out how to.
every
ask this.
impact fee that has been collected to date has been used.
Okay.
Can
you pull up option 2 again? Or I guess I can,
Or maybe just the chart. Yeah, that.
thank you.
If I could, I'd just like to bring up one other idea that David, that isn't presented in this, but David asked me to look at some information. If you look at the storm drain as a business, you always look at an income statement. The last 4 years, including this year, the storm drain has operated at a loss. The audit report for 2021 said the loss was $116,640. Estimated loss at the end of this year as an operating loss, as a business loss, looking at a business, is going to be closer to about 150,000.
And that's not doing any project.
And that's
just
not
our
doing
operating
any
expense.
projects. If we were to take the budget as it is and continue on with no projects and no increase, the operating loss would be over $250,000 next year. Now you say, what covers that? Well, you have $400,000 in cash. But that will only cover losses for a certain amount of time, and suddenly you have no money whatsoever in the bank account. And then you're going to be operating, if you want money to do anything, and any projects come up that have to be done, that even are unexpected projects, you're going to be borrowing from other funds just to be whole, because the bank account will be at zero. When we're talking fund balance, we're talking cash balance. But it is important to know that if you look at the audit reports and you look at it as a business, and when you look at an income statement, we have had an operating loss for the last 3 years. It's increased each year. We're anticipating an operating loss at the end of this year. And no increase will mean you're going to have an even larger loss. As a finance director, I just point that out, that there are options. You can go into the cash balance and whittle away at the cash balance. But when our reports come out and you look at it as a business in the audit report, you will see us even greater significant that we operate as a loss. The budget can be balanced, but you can still operate as a loss.
So can I ask just a quick question?
Yeah.
So at the end of last fiscal year, our budget or our balance, are you saying our cash balance was 550,000? No.
It was at the end of last fiscal year, our cash balance was more like 360,000 cash balance. It currently is at 400,000. But when you take your operating revenues and your operating expenditures and look at it as a business, you have a huge operating loss. What makes it up is contributions and transfers.
Okay.
Okay.
One piece of that I think that's important to note, a term that's thrown around a lot for accounting is depreciation of assets. So the idea that when a development comes in, they gift us a whole new storm drain system for that development. It goes on the books and we've got this nice new asset that depreciates in value over time. So the depreciation of our current system shows up in that operating loss. So it's not just the cash side of the business, but on the whole, when the depreciation happens, that shows up as a loss overall.
Thank you.
Okay, so then if you're going to use that analogy, is there any option here? I don't think there is, that says how much we really need to keep or raise the rate to maintain what we have right now. So instead of losing money, as you say, because of the maintenance and pulling from Peter to pay Paul, what should that balance be then? Because I think when we're looking at this is an additional cost where there's also just, if I understand correctly, there's just to maintain it right now, $150,000 basically. Do we have
when
an
you
option
say
for
the
that?
idea of maintain the system, that's essentially what we're saying is maintain the system has not been happening. We have not been doing those projects like that.
But I wonder if his question is a little different, and maybe I have a little bit of an answer. My rough math is basically if, to get the max numbers up on next year, if we're gonna be roughly negative 150,000,
Uh-huh.
that's roughly $4.62.
Okay,
Okay?
yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
So, but the following year, we go up to 200 and something thousand dollars. So that rate of, if we just add $4.62 to the current rate, then you gotta increase by a percentage of whatever that is of the total new rate to get to your third year and your fourth year to just compensate for the loss that Mark was just talking about. And I'm not saying that's a perfect number. I just took a round number of households and did quick math.
Yeah,
But it still is, I mean, because we even talked about it in municipal utilities. It's like $5 is what we saw. I mean, that's why we're kind of only going up on most of those, like on option 2. I mean, it was to $13.50. That's kind of gets you to square one. We don't even start doing projects other than that $12,000 project for a couple of years.
And
Am
guess
I
that
wrong
was-
with that,
really was the budget.
Angie?
Blair, you're never wrong.
That is not true.
I get the question.
Did I answer that incorrect?
No,
Okay,
no, you're good.
okay. But that's, I mean, I don't know if that's, I thought that was your question. What does
Yeah.
it take to just get us so we're not losing money?
Exactly, because that's what it sounds like. I mean, there's the project itself, and yeah, you thought it was a hard jump for 400,000. I mean, when we're talking millions now, one is the separate from all the projects, just storm drain to maintain it, to keep the status quo, to make, I mean, yes, I understand the need in some of these areas, and some are a little bit higher than others, I would perceive by the slope, but you know, how much right now can be handled just by the road until it gets to a different point? I don't know. That's what I'm kind of hoping you can explain, is that what's the need now versus 10 years? Is it a risk for additional, you know, the 100-year storm, or what? Help me understand.
Well, so some of those projects do have some flood control issues. I think it was the first 2 or 3. And those you're running a risk that by not doing something about it, you know, somebody may end up getting flooded. That doesn't mean that flooding can't happen in other places. You could have blocked storm drain grates or something like that that could inadvertently cause flooding somewhere else. But these are known issues. But if you didn't do any of those projects and you only did public works, the 650 jump only gets you to your operating expenses. So something a little bit above that would get you to doing just operating expenses and public works building. But we didn't run that specific. It would,
But that gets you, option 1 and 2 does get you to that point
Yeah.
on the first year.
Right. That's
But-
what I'm saying. It's just going to cover your operating expenses, but I think it's not going to quite cover the public works because that's not in there.
Exactly.
That we don't start doing projects or having enough money to do projects until the second and third year.
And that's why I favored option 3. And I'm not saying we have to do it this minute, but option 3 got you to, you're not losing
Break even,
money.
yeah.
And now if you're going to adopt a capital facilities plan, well, we got to put money towards it if you're going to adopt it. And that's basically, you're then putting $2.75 or whatever towards that in my mind.
So draining the $400,000 or whatever it is that we've got currently in capital, are we saying this is the only project we've got for the next 10 years? I mean, I've heard talk about reservoirs and things that we need to be working on also that's part of the capital funding.
All the projects that I went through are the capital projects that are anticipated in this rate study.
Okay. So
For storm drain.
So for everything else, the other capital projects, we're actually just saying we can't do them because we're going to spend all the money on here.
Just
No,
this is
there's
just
different
storm
capital
drain.
project
Okay,
plans, right?
okay.
So for each utility, right?
Yeah, we're just talking storm
Okay,
drain.
yeah, so this is just storm drain
Okay.
projects.
That's not
Yeah.
water, sewer, any of the rest of
Okay,
them. They have
so
their,
those,
they have
their own separate
They
budgets.
have their own separate
okay,
budgets, and
okay,
their funds are completely more solvent than this fund.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Okay.
I'm sure the answer to this is yes, but considering this 2032 year is also in considering an increase in our growth and an increase in how many people would be paying into this fund as well.
Yeah, and all the growth, all the growth rates are already assumed. And so I guess if growth didn't happen as a, counter argument, then you wouldn't be funding enough even if you put these rates in. But it's likely that, I think that's a pretty safe assumption that you'll continue to grow.
So on option 2, you have additional funding for capital project 8. If we did any of the other options, what happens in 2032? Are we in a hole again?
No, if you continue at that rate, then you would continue to be able to do additional projects, but they're beyond the time period that was studied.
I guess I don't understand the comment under your table here. It just says additional funding for capital project 8.
Because one of the questions that was asked, I don't remember if it was just utilities committee or in the previous council meeting, but was if we wanted to, what would it take to do, if we bumped it up a little bit higher, could we do an additional project? And so option 2
Funds it faster.
was able to do one more project.
One of the things we discussed about with option 3 is it builds up your balance quick, and then you can have that money, the time value of money aspect, where everything's going up. So you can actually utilize your funds.
We also discussed how that option 3 ends up with the lowest rate at the end of 10 years.
Yeah, well, and it goes to what I would consider the overall philosophy. You go up initially, and then you just go from 2023 on is our 3%. And we're not taking a big increase. It's just a continual 3% rate increase.
Which makes it easy for staff for budgeting and such.
Which if you look at the inflation factor was 3%, essentially you're just trying to keep up with inflation.
But I recognize what the mayor's saying. If the world explodes in a year, it doesn't matter if we've charged this or not, so. Then storm drain.
Like I said, I'm not against this. I think that it needs to take place. I just think timing is the big issue with me, and I think right now is not the time. I think, perhaps a year from now. I don't think any more than that, but I just think we need more time to see what's going to happen with inflation and the needs of our residents. It's what's happening with gas prices and food prices, and those that are on a fixed budget. It's hard to come up with that, And so I'm just concerned about that. That's why I think timing is a big issue.
So if we adopt this, it would start for July 1, right? Next fiscal year.
Well, if you said this is the option you want, what would have to happen is we'd actually have to do a resolution, right, to adopt the rate, make that an official resoluted action by the council and update the capital or the consolidated fee schedule. And then we could start charging it as soon as you've adopted it.
Okay.
But if you wanted to say, we want to implement it as of July 1, that's obviously an option for you as well.
So these are monthly rates, fees.
Mhm.
So you're talking an extra $875 per month.
Correct.
So
Yeah,
over
that's-
$100 per family or household. I know the math supposedly adds up, but option 4 is get you less money than option 3 at the end of the 2032. So why is that?
The reason I said that is because that's the 6% increase every other year. So if you extended that down just one more year, then it jumps past, right? But it stays very close to option 3.
Well, it's always lagging option
It's
3.
just every other year.
And
Yeah.
so we're,
It's 6% every other year rather than 3%.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
yeah, but-
it's within pennies, but yeah, you're right. You're right.
You're not hitting the same, whatever, $6.9 million. Anyway, okay.
That just ends on the off year where it's lower than option 3.
Remember, this is a discussion item, so we don't have to vote. They're just, the tension is like, we're gonna make this vote.
Well, I think I stopped breathing when I heard that these were monthly rates, because that increase that, I mean, I know it says only 875, but I mean, now that we're looking, 12 months for impact to a family, yeah, that can be serious right there.
One of these days we'll lobby a softball, but we haven't been doing any of those.
The thing I think
We look
this is
forward to
helping us get to is seeing what it will cost us to sustain in a city with not a lot of revenue. Because you're starting to see the growth in the population. And our revenue is not changing much based on, I mean, we did get more sales tax this year, but it doesn't cover these kind of things. And, some people are okay with that, some people aren't, but I think it's where we're gonna be.
Okay. It's a discussion item, so we don't,
Well,
where do we need to go from here, Dave?
we do need to know what to put in the tentative budget that has to be adopted in our next city council meeting. So it definitely plays into the tentative budget conversation. So it's not an action item in that it's official adoption of the rate, but it does inform what goes in the tentative budget.
My thought is if it's underfunded, we ought to at least move it up so that we're breaking even.
Which is a 650, right?
It's actually 430 or something.
Well, but I mean, that's a rough number. Brandon said it was the 1350 roughly.
I mean, if you wanted us to get you an exact number, we'd have to go back and run that number specifically.
But it's gotta be somewhere around there.
And does that include Public Works or not?
I think it would have to.
Yeah, if you took Public Works out, okay, never mind. It would drop significantly, right? Because that's like half. their-
Not actually, because we're bonding over 20 years. So that monthly or annual bond payment is, broken up. And it's only the storm drain portion of Public Works, which is about $1 million.
So just for clarification, if we bond for Public Works, there's a bond payment from each of these enterprise funds for that building.
That's the
So-
way we've been planning it, yes.
So regardless, we have to pay for that building from this fund.
Each fund would need to pay their portion of the
Okay.
building, yes. There's also a general fund portion of it too.
Does that make anyone more excited or less excited?
I'll still stay, I'm still with option 3.
3?
And
What's that?
would you, I know, well, would you want to do that effective as soon as possible, or would you propose to do it
I would do it in the next, starting July.
July 1?
Of 22?
Just to add clarification, that is what these rates are anticipating. With the timing and all of that, it's anticipating that it goes in July 1. So if you do it later than that, you just need to understand that these numbers break down at some point.
So I'm going to ask Dave for your crystal ball. The Public Works building, we're talking with the architects, but in reality, how soon would we have to start paying for that building? Once, like how far out are we in this construction process?
We are a couple weeks into design. We have basically one more month of design. In May, we have our financial advisor, Zion's Public Finance, scheduled to come and do a bond presentation to the council and talk about what funding looks like to go through a bond process. It is I wouldn't say time-consuming process, but it does take some time. So you're probably 6 months out from actually funding it. To go through that bond rating, right? The agencies have to rate the city and say, here's your ability to pay. You hear about AAA bonds from cities or whatnot. Whatever rating we would get for whatever rating we get, then you go out to market and whatnot. So yes, we're probably looking at 6 months before that. We're breaking ground essentially and having money to pay for that.
Okay. So as I read through the presentation, if we maintain a healthy balance in our enterprise funds, then we have a better bond rating, correct?
Absolutely.
So I think that's important to note as we consider the Public Works building.
I'm kind of with the mayor on this one. I mean, I see the importance of it, but man, it's just really crappy right now.
Well, that's why I like having just the maintenance part pulled out, even quite honestly, separate from the facilities building, just so that here's exactly what we're dealing with, here's why we're dealing with it. And I think that's a whole different topic than anything else above and beyond, even if we combine them together. And y'all probably already have those numbers. I would love to see them because, yeah, maintaining and not dropping anymore is definitely a big deal because it's eating out of everything else. But yeah, I'm having a hard time.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Of the idea of waiting, is that essentially saying option 3 later, or is it saying option 2 by doing that minimal amount?
That's what I'm wrestling with in my brain personally. I mean, I have a hard time having it go into effect July 1 and what is that, 3 months?
Yeah.
With everything happening right now, it just, oh gosh, it's a sucker punch. I understand the importance of it and I understand the need of it, but.
Did I see in your figures, Brandon, or maybe I did it in the packet? Or maybe Matt can answer the question. What was our total revenue based on our $7 fee now currently?
Our projected revenue is 205,000.
So 605,000 by the end of the year if we keep it where we're at.
205.
Right,
for
but the
end of this year.
total, if we don't, because we don't have a project for 2022, do we? It was 2023?
No, that's not the fund balance.
That's not the fund balance.
That's the revenue.
That's the revenues. If we stay
Right.
at 7, we'll bring in 206,000, 205, $206,000 next year just in revenue.
My
And
number's
your-
not
and
very
your-
far off.
And your expenditures will be, and your expenditures, I'd have to look at the budget that you're given. I think it's closer to 400. That's the reason I'm saying you're gonna have about a over $200,000 operating loss in the budget. It's like 450,000 is just
Then
the operating cost.
If
for
that's in the
year.
next fiscal year, then the 1350 barely gets you there. Because that's based on 2,500 households when you do the math.
Oh, that was crazy
I know,
news.
but that
Thanks,
number
Matt.
is based on 2,500.
So Blair, you said your figure's not that far off your number. What was your number?
460 roughly, but that was based on only at 150. But if we're at a negative 200, that takes you all the way back up to 650.
And
So-
why is it increasing $50 every year? I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay.
If we, what'd you say?
Our operating
Inflation.
expenses, why are they increasing?
$50 a year, yeah.
Inflation, most of it, just the cost of things going up. Plus, that's part of it. Every time your depreciation goes up, depreciation went up 50,000 just this year. because what you have the depreciation on those new, every time a subdivision comes in, they give us stuff and they put their assets begin to depreciate. And so we're adding about $50,000 in depreciation. At least we did between 30 and 50 in depreciation every year on the assets that are that are added to the system every year. And this also takes, and the calculations, the difference is when you're looking at it like a business, you look at it and you have depreciation. And anyone who's done it, who has a business and equipment and things that depreciates, you know how that works. The study this study does not take depreciation into it. It looks strictly cash balance and how much cash is required. And so we're looking at it like that. But you can have a balanced budget and still have a net loss on your income statements when you use governmental accounting, because it's just, you say your revenue coming in, your cash coming in matches your cash going out. And so anyway.
The 1350 gets you to roughly 405,000 in revenue.
Okay, so question. This one's not as exciting, sorry, Dave. Our operations and maintenance on the storm drain. So we're not doing any capital facilities plans, but we're having like 400,000, is that what you said, in operating an O&M every year? And what does that cover?
So Brandon talked about the idea of having a grate maybe get clogged or something. We need somebody to go clean grates, right? You need somebody to maintain the system. You know, if you look at the storm drain budget, right, that line in the tentative budget, it has personnel costs, it has, you know, supplies and maintenance, right? It's all those line items. That's the storm drain business. And those are the expense line items in that business. That's what that goes to.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
I will add, there's one change, there is a change in this year's budget, which we talked about and was agreed and came from the committees, that the storm drain retention basins should pay a portion of the maintenance of those basins. When I say the maintenance, the mowing, the fertilizer, the sprinklers and all that. Currently, none of that maintenance is charged to the storm drains. The general fund is paying 100% of the maintenance of every, and that's detention or retention? Detention. I'll get those, one of these days I'll get that word right. But, and so basically we put an amount roughly equal to 25% of the cost of maintaining those. I'm looking at the parks budget and how much is the mowable portion of all our parks as compared to detention basins. And so there is a roughly 80,000, I'd have to look at, it's 80 something, has been added to reimburse the Parks Department for the maintenance of the detention. Because personally, I don't think that the general fund should have to pay 100% of keeping those detention basins. Yes, they are open space, but if it was an open space, there would be some cost anyway to just keep the weeds down and everything else. And there is no, budgets in the past have never had anything for that.
But I guess the problem I'm having with that, and really the business model that we're talking about, is it's not giving me a clear definition of exactly how much it costs to maintain the storm drain system that we have right now. Like you said, a guy to go clean out the clogs. That should just be a full-time employee amount. Okay, what other costs, nothing else, are we spending this on that's getting us up into the $150,000 and $50,000 extra every year? I understand depreciation. I understand wanting to mix all of the different budgets. I'm talking just storm drain right now.
So that's sanitation utility budget, is that correct?
No, it's
No.
storm drain.
Storm drain.
If you just want to look at the line items, we don't have the cost. there,
Page
but table
205
two-
of the packet.
205?
Yeah, this is the storm drain expenditures.
Just don't look at
Give me my power?
2022, this is the max base number on.
Yeah.
option three.
Yes.
But if you look at the expenses, I mean, that's why, when you look at Brandon's expenses of 3 million over, when you look at Brandon's expenses over 3 million over 10 years, it's pretty easy. When you look at our estimated actual expenses in 21, 22, or $297,000, times that by 10, you're $3 million. I mean, that's what we have, budgeted the last few years. That's all the expenses. This year's budget went up because we were trying to do the other projects and whatnot, but that's.
One thing I'll say is, you look at this current budget and it includes, like Blair said, the assumption of option 3, since that's what came out of the committee, right? The budget is a collection of what the committees are recommending. And what you see there is additional personnel that we currently don't have. We have an employee that only is able to dedicate some time to storm drain, not completely. And so it is giving us the ability to have more time to dedicate to storm drain. It is showing, the portion that is the grounds maintenance. But the fund itself, again, operates independent. And so the ideas of utility billing, it pays its portion of utility billing. The admin services fee is essentially it paying the general fund for all of the time that utility billing clerk and finance and payroll and accounts, receivable and payable. All of those are general fund expenses that the storm drain has to pay the general fund in order to be a system and bill out and, all of that. So those are the line items. We can talk through every single one of them. And that's, the goal of being able to go line by line through the budget.
If you're looking at the budget and next year's budget that's in the packet, but not in this section, but if you're looking at it, there's one line item in there that says, it's at the very bottom, account number is 5440-900. It's saying we are putting $150,000 a year into the fund balance to build up for future projects. Everything else is the operations, but you are putting away 150.
That's based on the increase though.
Yeah, based on the increase. So
Not
if you weren't going to put any more money in to help to build some money up for funding future projects, then you'd lower the rate down so that it was $150,000 less, basically.
So can I say it this way that I just, I thought of? Either way we look at it, our residents are paying for this service, right? Whether they pay for it monthly on their statement or they're paying for it through the general fund, right? Eventually it's kind of the same. Is that a mostly fair statement?
No, not exactly. What we're saying is that to this point, the storm drain fund has not been able to carry its weight, and the general fund has had to compensate. So it's been paying the maintenance on all of those detention basins, and the general fund has. And this rate assists in not just the capital projects, but the O&M increases, right, that we've talked about, where it does have additional personnel, and it does have what we said, that ground maintenance. It does include the being able to put stuff aside for capital projects, but just the O&M side of it, it makes it so the storm drain can carry its weight and stand and be sustainable.
Thank you. What's going on down there? Fill us in.
I'm just wondering about the 5440-260, the grounds maintenance. as an added expense. That wasn't, I'm not seeing it in the previous budget. Is what-
Right, that's
That's
what
what you
we're
were talking
saying,
about.
that
Okay,
that's essentially $80,000 that
Gotcha.
storm drain pays, that the parks budget no longer has to pay.
gotcha. Just to make sure I was understanding that the same way.
So at the risk of opening up a Pandora's box about depreciation, why is it going up every year? Is that the way our accounting
The
formula
more
put it?
infrastructure you have, the more it depreciates. Because there's more there that is losing value that's in the ground.
If we don't have any infrastructure added to your asset column, it won't go up necessarily. It actually would go down, the number would go down because you're not getting the added infrastructure and your assets are now lower.
But you're saying in 4 years, we've increased our infrastructure by 60%? Because that's what our price has gone up in the last 4 years. So depreciation is an accounting funny money number, right?
Depreciation relates to every new development that you approve, and when it's finalized, there's additional, we take on the responsibility for additional storm drain. And that, and that is, excuse me, depreciation is, we look at that over the life of that, and it's, you know, if it's got a 20-year life, then it's 5% of the new additions. And so you've got significant new storm drain. If you look over, these are the actual figures, 121, 122, 142, or 143, 189, which is what it was in 2021. We always get some new every year, but the 200,000 was because it was underestimated in 2022. But the last actual depreciation in 2021 was 189. And so that's the reason for budget purposes, I've got 200. So every time a developer puts in new infrastructure, we take over ownership of it, and our depreciation will go up because of that.
I understand that. I guess the question I have in layman's terms, depreciation is not that we're going to have to replace it. The depreciation is always going to increase, or does at some point that depreciation for the infrastructure is off the books?
You just said it right there. Think about it as one pipe that's installed. When you put it in, let's say it has a value of 100 and it has a lifespan of 20 years. It's going to decrease in value over 20 years till zero. You're exactly right. So as far as an asset on our books, it would show that there's no value to that at.
But it doesn't mean it has to be replaced once it hits that point.
Not necessarily, no.
But the life, and you take the most accurate figures of what the life is, and then you divide the amount by that. One way to look at it is if you were taking every year that 200,000 and you were putting it into a reserve, then when that wore out, you would have money to replace that infrastructure, except if it's a 40-year life and the cost is doubled, you're still going to be short because the depreciation has nothing in there for inflation. But at a depreciation at 200,000 and we have 400,000 cash, that means we've only put away 2 years worth of depreciation, and all of our assets are a lot older than that. So we're behind the curve in putting money aside for these projects.
And if the council decides to push it out farther, I mean, and I've beat this over and over, but when I first came on and Angie first came on, this is a subject that Kent and Wayne were talking about. We need to quit kicking this can down the road. I mean, it's been getting kicked down the road for a long time. I know timing is not great, but I mean, we even kicked down the road, the study for a long time. And I didn't understand the seriousness of it or where we were even at until 2 years ago when I went on that committee. So that's why I don't think we should continue to kick the can down the road.
Yeah, I can understand that point. Better understand the situation and the current costs of it all. It's
Well, and then
All
it-
I can say is if we start July 1, we need some serious PR on this. We gotta let people know what it's going up to and why it's going up to that and why we came to this decision, because that's a big jump. We need to make sure that we are upfront with it.
Yeah. Well, I think it kind of goes to what Blair said was, this is what we've decided as a city we want to be. You know, we're not going to have wall-to-wall commercial everywhere. We're not going to have any other place to really get in all of these funds, which means that does actually fall on then the residents, you know, to be able to pay these bills as we keep on going forward. You know, we're not going to have anything to defer it off of, but it's still difficult.
So the committee's recommendation was 2, but you're at 3.
No, we were 3.
Oh, you were
we're
3. Oh, I was thinking you switched
No,
sides.
we were 3.
Okay, you've always been 3.
Does Angie still agree with that?
I don't want to upset my mayor.
I was 3.
He was,
No,
he was 3, but he just doesn't want to do it today.
I just don't want to do it today.
Gosh, it's so hard. It is so hard because all these decisions that we make affect people. And this is one that it really affects them every month, right? And I get that. I just thinking about if we don't do this, because I'm with Blair, there was no planning. This has been kicked down the road for a long time. But if we do nothing, I don't want that to potentially affect our bond rating for this building. That public works building has to be replaced and it has to be paid for. And if each separate enterprise fund has to pay for it, how are we going to pay for that? There's just no way. There's no way.
And you have to add that to this cost so you can stay and fund that bond with enterprise funds without going out and asking the public to pay for it directly. Or
Right.
that's the option you have.
But is option 1 soften the blow? It basically gets us there, same as option 3, just in a 2-year jump instead of all in 1 year.
What's option 1? I'm sorry. I'm still on page
Option 1
204.
jumps to 1350
I gotta
instead
get
of
to the
1575. And 1350 gets us to at least break even.
So let me ask, I mean, it's $2.25 difference a month. So in the scheme of things, it's, yeah, 30-something dollars a year. But it allows per, you know, ERU, but it allows for the city to be able to pay for these things that need to be paid for.
I see kind of option 3, well, not entirely, but kind of the same way that we took the tax increase with a big increase with not so much time in between. And then,
Pull the Band-Aid off all.
yeah, and then it's not every year, like, you know, but all around it stinks.
Okay, with that being said, should we pull off the Band-Aid? I
Look
mean-
at this. Quinn jumped earlier. Joel's getting his trampoline. He's getting on the trampoline.
Well, I mean, we're kind of just talking around in circles in it, and I mean, right now, it's not a pass. This is what we're talking on, discussion right now. So mine, I don't know what everybody else is. Option 3 does seem to have the best, where it gets us up to date and it gets the facilities in. I still would like to see a breakout on that, but that's not going to change. I'm leaning more towards option 3. I would like to see it later, but you know, at the first of next year. But if this is the way we need to do it, we need to do it. So, thoughts?
Can we do it middle of a fiscal year?
Yes, you can.
We can do anything.
It just changes. Yeah, it just changes how we budget.
Yeah.
Kind of like that idea.
It gets us through kind of some of the concerns we all have, you know, war with Russia, these kind of things that might, but it also moves it out to the beginning of next year, after Christmas, after this, and we get enough time to be able to, let everybody know why this increase is happening. Because, it will be noticed. It's a good amount, so.
For my part, I'm okay with option 3. I'm okay with 1st of July or January 1st. I'm serious about the PR. I'll be really upset if we don't have really good PR on this.
I heard we had a really good PR committee.
We do. We have fantastic PR.
Yeah, I don't see a line item for PR on this.
Yeah.
Storm drain.
I don't have a
Admin
budget.
cost.
We're freaking awesome.
I'm still good with option 3.
So there's no motion at this point. It's a discussion item.
Just direction of what we put in the
Budget.
tentative budget, so that comes forward in the next meeting in May.
Glad you went first, huh?
Cole, this affects you
Thank
more
you.
than that first. Yeah, it does. It does. You might not buy that clicker.
Amazon.
For your returns with Amazon.
Well, I know that I'll hear it from my husband too. What'd you do this time? But I feel like option 3 is really, I don't see any way around it, so.
And not that it changes any of the real decision-making, but all of your current budget proposals are based off of option 3, right? So you don't have to go back and.
It's all based on option 3 beginning July 1st.
Okay. I'm good with moving forward with option 3.
Does anyone-
I shouldn't say I'm not, okay. I can accept.
You're not jumping.
Moving forward with option 3.
Do we want staff to do this, implement it July 1 or January 1? Or just go?
I think there's
July
3
1.
for July 1. Was there? You and you took July.
Oh,
1.
baloney, you said either. I heard it was you.
I tried to give people Christmas.
I hate taxes at that time of year too, so I'll stay with July 1.
You guys, we're just finishing number 13.
Who put this many items on the agenda? Who did this?
Next one's tax budgets, or budget, so.
We've gone through the easy ones so far.
July 1st.
Tell your neighbors.
Okay.
To call Angie.
Item 14, draft tentative budget. How would you like to discuss that? Do you want to discuss that?
Can I take a quick break?
Just Angie? Only Angie? Because nobody else needs a break.
I'm leaving for a minute.
Are we taking a break?
It's up to you guys. I'm good. It's your, feel you need one.
Make a motion, we take a 5-minute break.
Second.
All in favor?
Bye.
Yeah, I agree. Because the day that they,
Oh, yeah.
you know, I'm sure no one, and I wasn't aware of it.
And he was thinking of, how do we protect the people there? In here, not how do we protect people from getting. And is this gonna happen? They were like completely diametrically opposed.
You know, and I talked to Kim, and she said she did notify the school. She notified. She said she notified both. She said she did.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
I asked her, she says, I've got it on email.
I debated with David, debated whether to just
So
go
I don't
get
know.
that or to go get the other half of my Wonder Woman in the fridge.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah.
Because I had a late lunch, but I didn't have any dinner.
Just temporarily, so you can cross your legs and.
Okay, we're getting started.
Okay, how would you like to approach this?
I can start with just one easier item. The Country Fair Days Committee did ask us if we would consider a raise, a bump in what we donate to them. I think the only time that we have given them a budget was in June of 2018, when they kind of branched off into their own committee of 5,000. That amount is just going a little bit low.
Where they live, where's that listed at?
I don't know, Mac, where are they listed
That's
at?
in the legislative budget, I believe.
So,
Yeah, let me find the page number for you.
There it is. Yeah,
You
right.
city council.
Right at the bottom.
What page are you on?
Last item,
157.
Thank
last
you.
item in the legislative budget.
anyway, they were considering
I put that over here.
costs are increasing. What in the, where'd that come from?
Continue your thought.
Well, but both of us asked for that, so anyway. He's empty-handed. Geez, okay, sorry.
How much would they like?
How much, what are they asking?
They didn't ask for anything. I think they would be happy to take whatever we'd be willing to give them. So I was just kind of considering there's been a lot of increases in costs, some changes with contracts that we have, and also obviously a higher population. So I think 7,500 would be awesome. I mean, I think that's manageable, but I'm sure they would be more than happy to have it double to 10, but I will just put that up. They didn't give me a specific number that they would like.
They come up with a name for someone to take charge of that.
Tawny has kind of just commandeered her sisters for this year. The biggest hardship that they had was Trek. Most of the stake is busy on Trek, so they weren't available. So hopefully next year it won't be the same situation. So that's just something to chew on.
I would like to see it raised to 7,500 at least.
I agree.
It used to cost us more than that before we brought it back, so. Yeah, I agree. We still do other things too, but.
So is that a budget change?
I would
I need to
support
write
that.
these down because
Yes.
the next meeting, this has to come back, so.
Yes, I believe that's the majority there.
Anybody against that? Oh, that's it.
Okay, I told you it was an easy one to start off with.
Is that all?
Thank you, let's go home. Where to start?
Okay, I'll just ask one of my concerns that I have with the new budget, is, try and get to the page I want. So my concern of both within the budget and within the salary increases, is that I feel like we're in a bit of a feast mode as far as our property taxing revenue and our sales tax revenue. And what I am concerned about is if that were to dramatically change, we don't really have the option of being like, oh, hey, your salary is going to go back down. Once we make this change is set. And is that something that is going to be a difficulty if those revenues change? Because we're kind of sitting pretty, and we have been for the last 2 years. It just keeps going up, but I don't think that's always going to be the case. And so as far as the overall aspect of the budget, if that was to significantly decrease, if we were to go back to, 2017, 16 areas of revenue, what would that look like for our city considering these increases?
Yeah, I think we always want to be cognizant of the idea of a downturn, and, revenue decreasing. Property tax is very stable, franchise tax is very stable. What is potentially more volatile is the sales tax. And, that seems to have a direct relation to the general market conditions to some degree, right? How are we in a growth market or not? And so we're definitely trying to watch for those kinds of things. You don't want to overextend yourself when the budget is growing, which, if I hear you, that's the concern, is that are we overextending ourselves during a period of growth? And that's absolutely a fair concern and a major consideration and something to really think through and think deeply about. My take on that is that the risk to South Weber for decreased sales tax, yes, it's there, just like it's everywhere. But because we are much less reliant on direct point of sale, and we've seen a significant shift in buying patterns in the last couple of years to more online and people shopping from home, purchasing clickers, right, on the spot, that actually creates a little bit better of a scenario from a sales tax standpoint for us, and a little bit of a buffer from the idea of a major recession. However, there's always, right, that potential. And I think what we try to do is make sure that we're looking at that, right? That's why we try to stay abreast of market conditions and, go to these economic forecast type webinars so that we can make sure that we're not, extending too far. I don't know if there's a perfect crystal ball to say yes or no. But ultimately, when it comes to a downturn and you ask yourself, where do we cut? I think typically the first thing you do is delay projects and see if you can wait on projects. But if it comes down to operations, then personnel cuts is always something that ends up being a conversation piece, because that is the service industry that we're in, right? A lot of our operating costs does go into personnel. And so, yeah, that's definitely a consideration. And I don't really have a good answer for you. Other than I think that our revenues, obviously the trends are really good, but you can't bank on that forever. One thing that we do to try to hedge against that is we try and we do only attach ongoing expenses with ongoing revenues. We don't extend and say we're going to use one-time money that's here right now and put that in and add expenses that are ongoing. So one-time money goes to one-time projects, right? ARPA money, we're only talking projects, right? One-time expense. We're not saying let's increase personnel, or let's pay more, or let's do those types of things that are ongoing costs with one-time money. And that's an important piece and budget philosophy to kind of hedge against that. So if the ongoing revenue dips, then the ongoing expenses have to be looked at to dip at the same time, for sure. That maybe didn't answer your question, really.
No, that helps. Thank you.
One of the philosophies that we use also to prepare against that is we always budget very conservatively on our revenues. And we also, since the state also looked at that, when they changed that we can put in the general fund, go from 25 to 35%, how much money you can keep for a rainy day. That rainy day is also in case you have a significant downturn to ride through those. And so that's also, it relates even to our storm drain. When you have a good fund balance that you can draw on during those things, it's a combination when you have a downturn of where you go. But if you don't have some money put aside, I look at the general funds fund balance, it's like our savings account. If you have to dip more into savings than you did before, we say, when we talked about having 180 days worth of expenditures of revenue building up, so we do try and put those things aside and try and be, we don't say, oh, well, we're in a great time. We always budget conservatively on the revenues because, for example, when we thought because COVID was going to hurt us, what we did was we did take our sales tax down. And one of the biggest areas that was hit is we reduced the one-time expenditures and amount going into the capital projects because those one-time projects could be delayed a year or something. We do have revenues that are up, but we also have revenues that are down. Building is down and so forth. Some of the effects of some of COVID, there are revenues that are down that we think are going to come up, but we don't budget that they're going to come up. We know they're down, we keep them down. So those are kind of how we prepare as a philosophy to look at it. As David said, the crystal ball, some years is a little bit more cloudy than others. We're also trying to project where we're going to be in 18 months, because at this point, yeah, we'll be into the budget in a few, but we're trying to figure out also what's going to be happening a year from now. And so expenditures. And the departments have always been real good. If things aren't coming in, we look at it and we look at what can we hold off to another year. That's what we did in storm drain. Says we don't have the revenues. What can we hold off for a year or two until until things get back to normal? So it's hard to tell what's going to happen, but we try and do our best.
So on that note, Mac, on revenue side, you show sales and use tax, that what you're estimating for 21 for this fiscal year at 1.108, but we're currently at 838. How many payments do we still have to receive?
So the sales tax actually lags a couple of months.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, so we don't get our last sales tax allotment for the fiscal year till August. Yeah.
Okay, that's one of my questions.
Yeah, there are a few of those that just the timing of it. For example, we show no sales tax in July and August. And so that's because they are for sales that occurred in May and June. And so on accounting, we're off. So if we're at 6 months, we've only got 4 months worth of sales tax in there.
Okay.
And that throws it off. And that's something that I just have to work with all the time in my projections and so forth. But that's just the way the accounting rules say I have to put things into the books. And some things are accrued and other things are the month that we actually get the money in.
Not necessarily. I think the wild land program is something maybe we could look into as well. Do you want to start us off on that, Blake?
I mean, is it easier just to go through every fund or we just want to ask our random questions?
We're ready to go
What's the
line by
easiest way to
line.
do
We're ready
this?
to go topic by topic. We can go fund by fund, however.
I don't know.
And we also gave you an outline of the major
That's a lot.
topics.
Yeah,
that David
maybe
put
the
together.
major, that's what I was looking at, was the
And
major.
David was prepared to go
Which I
line by
appreciate
line
that,
on
like-
summary
Thank you.
Yes,
of the
thank
ones
you.
you want to do.
I mean, I'm happy to just start at the top of that list and we can go topic by topic.
All right.
She's got her popcorn.
Yeah, I'm good.
Thanks, Trevor, by the way, for the popcorn.
Oh, don't make it.
Mayor said you were gonna bring me a bowl, but you never did.
I thought that's what he was doing.
He
was getting it for himself.
was getting for himself, I know. I look over and he's eating his my popcorn. I hear it, but it's okay.
Okay,
So
the-
the
All right.
question on this, what's the purpose? Are we looking for areas to cut? Are we looking for areas to fund more? Is it a balance between the two? What is
Yeah,
it that we're doing?
so maybe just a quick overview of the budget process, right? We start as a full council in the budget retreat typically and say, this is what we're looking at for the year. Generally, we look at big spend items. Then staff is able to marry that with the various department heads' staff requests of what they feel are important and should be included and discussed in the budget. The committees come together and kind of vet those and have those conversations about what each area of the city needs. And we put that all into a budget. And now this is the first time the council as a whole can talk about any line item there in the budget, talk to the other committees and say, why'd you include that? Why'd you not include that? Just try to answer questions and understand why the budget is laid out the way it is right now, based on those requests and that kind of process of getting it to this point. Nothing at this point is set in stone. It all can be changed. But as far as the purpose, I think the purpose is for the council to talk together, like I said, with the committees and say, why is that in there? Why is that not in there? Are there things we've missed? It's really just a workshop, and you can go as detailed as you want or as shallow as you want. You know, depth and breadth is all up to you. We've just tried to, we put the entire budget out so everybody can see it, right? You know, from the get-go here. But it is still very much a work in progress as much as you want to alter and change. And so as staff, we just take your direction from tonight and we put that into the budget document that will come forward as a tentative budget on the May 10th agenda. And the council, again, at that night, if you want to adjust or whatnot, you can adopt a tentative budget in May and then set a public hearing date so the public can come and speak to that tentative budget that you have drafted together before turning that into a final budget that typically is adopted in June.
Okay, thank you.
So the first major item on the list is the compensation. We kind of started into that a little bit. You know, the feedback from the committees, I sent an email trying to clarify based on, you know, questions that the council had on that. I think the feedback really has come to the idea of our process and our compensation system has traditionally been based on market-based ranges, right? We establish a range and then we ensure that people are put within that range based on merit considerations, right? Quality of employee, skills and abilities, certifications, potentially length of service because of how long they've been here and those types of things. But the philosophy to this point in establishing the range has been look at the market, use that as information. We're part of a compensation survey across the state for municipalities. Take that information and then find the average, low range and high range. So the minimum and the maximum, we find the average and then shift that down by 15%. The budget as it shows right now establishes a market-based ranges without that shift. It is proposing ranges that are higher than what we've had traditionally to try to make a market adjustment. That does not mean every employee is getting a 15% raise. It means that the ranges are not shifting by 15% down. But where employees are within that range is an individual conversation. And the committees kind of universally said, we'd like to do something for employees. We recognize market is changing out there and we'd like to retain our existing employees, higher quality employees. And so the budget right now shows market-based ranges and then applying the amounts that the council determines based on merit. So it was initially calculated based on a couple of different options and considerations Those are just methods for calculation. What's come out of the committees is very much just do it based on merit. So that those employees that you feel, when I say you, that is staff essentially. You determine the budget and the resources, and then staff ends up applying that amount. That's the same process that we've done in the past. We've just traditionally had an amount of money, all told at approximately $75,000. And the amount that has been calculated and is in the budget across all funds as a total is 275. So it is a.
But that 275 is not based on the merit. It's a hybrid basis.
It was calculated based on those things, so that absolutely can be adjusted. Again, that was a calculation and how we got that started with establish the range and then bring any employees that are out of that range into range. And if any employees, it also had a consideration of a cost of living adjustment, which traditionally has not been what the city's done, right? We've only done merit-based. And so that did have a calculation of a cost of living adjustment that was tiered based on how much money you made. And so the percentage increased the lower your wage was. So if you made under $10, it was a percentage. And then that was a comparison to the market adjustment to get people within range. And so you didn't get both necessarily. You got whichever was greater. And then there was also consideration in compensation circles. There's the idea of compressing your wages, compressing your scale, so that an employee that's been with you 7 years or 10 years, when you shift that range up, and now you're hiring somebody that's making roughly the same as somebody who's been here for a while. So there was consideration in that calculation for, if you've been here for 10 years, where would you expect to be in that range? You wouldn't necessarily expect to be at the bottom. And so there was calculation for that and consideration for that. Again, those are all methods for calculation, not necessarily how it has to be applied. So as I see it, the council needs to say, these are the ranges we're comfortable with. That's a council decision, right? We're presenting information on how we've analyzed the market and say, here's what we think are good ranges. But the council can say what you want those ranges to be, and whatever amount of money you want to put toward employee salaries. And it doesn't have to be what's in the budget. It can be a number that you're comfortable with.
So if I might just add my thoughts about this, it's similar to conversations we've already had this evening. We value our staff and our employees, and we want to retain them. We want to make sure that they, feel valued here. What you proposed sounds like, the full jump. Getting rid of the minus 15% and going to the average. And then with the adjustments you've mentioned to where would they fit within those new ranges and all that. The thing I've wondered about, is it's a big chunk of money again. And in my mind, initially, as we were talking about it, I thought, well, if we stepped it and we went only 10% down this year and 5% down next year, and then within 3 years, we shift them up so that there's not one big, huge jump, then everybody's still getting a merit-based pay raise, plus they might be getting something else, but it wouldn't be, the big jumps that we have right now. And so that was more where I was looking at, to do it over time. But if, we are losing employees and it's something we have to do immediately, like, the fire discussion, like the the storm drain discussion, then I'm open to hearing that. I'm just wondering if it would be acceptable at a tiered, stepped approach rather than jumping it all in one.
And even by doing that, some people may move into range. I mean, it all varies based on the employee.
Right.
If you only raise one guy up, a little bit, it may move them into that range we're already talking about. I mean, some of these are easier to do to the full range. I mean, some of the hourly employees it's easier to do with than it is salaried employees because it's not as big a number. I mean, it's much easier. And to be honest, I mean, I know all of them are hard to find, but I think even the lower wage people are even the hardest to find right now.
Yeah.
I mean, it by far. And so I don't disagree with your idea. I just don't know how we figure that. I'm struggling with that. And I don't even mind, I've told several of you, I don't even mind approving the budget at where it's at. It's the philosophy behind how we got to that budget that I struggle with. I mean, I mean, there needs to be a cap on that. Even if we did move to this as a philosophy, it may take us increments to get there. If we got to give someone a $25,000 raise, that isn't happening.
Sure.
I mean, we would not be good stewards sitting up here to do that. I mean, that's just not an equitable thing. If they need it, if that changes their opinion of going and getting employed somewhere else, then that's a decision we all have to make. And I'm assuming they would express that, and we can address that on an individual basis. But I mean, we've done these on an individual basis, completely off of this 15% before, without using that number. So it can be done. It's not, especially for key people. And I had this conversation with you, Dave, that I mean, there's already a lot of key people that are in the ranges. Some are at the high end of that range. And so the overall philosophy, I'm okay with, again, approving the budget because it's a balanced budget. I'm just not okay with implementing the philosophy until it comes back with a different philosophy behind it. Does that make sense?
Yes,
I mean,
to a degree.
because you talked about it all being, we talked about merit-based, but this budget is not based on merit-based.
Right.
So that's where I'm okay with the amount because it balances our budget. But I'm not okay with, I mean, it doesn't mean we have to spend it. Just like Mark Larson said in our meeting the other day, he would like the control of how he spends that money to his employees, not just an arbitrary number.
Right. The idea, the calculation had a number of considerations to get to a number, but that was just a methodology, right? It's not how it has to be given to employees. And I think that was the consensus among the committees, and all the committees when we brought it up. It was that it wasn't so much the budget number that was the frustration, although it is a significant and prioritized amount to say we're putting that toward employees for sure. And that's, again, a council conversation and decision. But in the past, it hasn't been the council saying this is how much we want to go to each employee. And I don't think that's what you're saying. It's that the council sets an amount. In the past, it's been based on a percentage. It's been traditionally a 3% that is how we calculated a pot of money that then was applied on the staff level. And so, yes, we went
typical COLA though. That's why it was been 3%.
Right. But it has never been applied as a COLA, right? Then it wasn't 3% for every employee. It was all merit-based. But that's how we calculated a budget number and said, here's the pot of money, the approximately $75,000 that is then applied. So yes, we used methodology more sophisticated, I'd like to say, than just here's a percent amount of our current salaries. If you wanted to do it like that, I would suggest looking at it from the tiered COLA perspective that we used as one of our methodologies and say that got us to a certain amount of money. And if you like that amount of money, again, not that each employee would get that tiered COLA, but that's how we could calculate. You could essentially say, here's a merit amount based on this percentage.
What essentially we try to do in a systematic way is establish a potential ceiling for each employee, not their guaranteed amount. And so that's kind of where we're playing with. And so as employers, we just and applying a compensation method, we've got to be very careful on the methodologies we use and the documentation that we use in applying that methodology. So if we're going towards a merit base, we just have to be, we have to be very diligent on documenting why we're giving the raises and the compensation that we're giving, so that, you know, equal opportunity employment standards are met, and also employee morale, because as a public employer, we don't have the option to not hide our wages. So that's just some things we considered as we thought about how to get a budget number, and then we can apply that more systematically, individually across the board.
Yeah, I would like to apologize for the perception maybe that we were advocating for a certain methodology. That wasn't the intent, to say this is how the council has to apply this money. It was a calculation, and yes, it was a calculation down to individual employees, right? We had to do it like that, considering the methodology that we did. Previously, it wasn't down to individual employees like that. It was just, well, let's do a 3% increase across the board and let that be doled out based on merit recommendations from department heads. And so it was more thinking, but it wasn't necessarily, you've got to change how you want to approach it. And that I apologize for.
So just one other question, we have further down, full-time fire chief. Does that $275,000 include the additional salary with the full-time fire chief versus part-time?
Yes.
So
that is in combination with the wildland program. The wildland program, as we talked about in the retreat series, the wildland program, in order to have a full-time engine boss that could then be deployed throughout the summer, URS would require that person reports to another URS eligible employee. So it would require a full-time chief. And so the wildland program is currently estimated, which does not show up. Well, it does show up. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, that 104,000 salary plus the 27,000 benefits, does that come straight off of the 275? Meaning if we do the wildland fire chief,
No.
it's completely separate.
It is separate.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's a small portion of it.
Because we were already at 69,000, I think.
Yeah,
down
the
at
budget number
before,
for the fire chief is
and
already.
now
at
it goes
this
to
point.
104.
We calculated what's the addition that would have to come from the wildland program to cover that, as if the wildland program was entirely responsible for the need of a full-time chief.
And we're not doing an engine boss. It's gonna be a contract basis the first year.
Yeah, we were excited to tell you about the wildland program.
Yeah, it's actually.
That's
good.
why I started off with it, but we got bumped to the beginning of the list. So regarding, well, and I don't know, I guess I'm a little confused of how much of this is council decision and what is just budget approval, but as far as the tiered COLA and the time benefits, I don't know what. yeah.
Longevity variable.
Well, I just, the longevity
That was your word,
variable.
not mine.
Would there be, like, let's say that we went ahead and approved this methodology of the tiered COLA and with the time. Is there a cap for some of these salaries, or does every year it just keeps going up? Or, because I didn't see any maximum on there.
Well, that's what the ranges determine, the
Okay.
max that we would pay for that position.
Okay.
Right, so the minimum and the max, the starting salary, and then if you're here forever and you max out, we would say that's as far as
You
we'll
can
pay
go.
for that
Okay.
job.
Perfect, thanks.
Some organizations as a philosophy will merit-based the employee, but COLA the ranges each year. So the COLAs continue to increase with the,
Merit-based, that's what I was looking for.
right. So the COLAs will continue to increase with inflation, but that doesn't necessarily mean that moves the employee with it. It just moves the range so that there's a continual
Okay.
growth there.
That same idea of the 3% for the storm drain over time, you could apply that to the ranges and say, rather than look at that every 3 years or every few years like we do, you could say, we're just going to look at whatever the CPI is and change our
You'd-
range that way. It
You'd have
doesn't
to
change the
eventually- You'd have to
employee.
eventually look at the ranges
Yeah.
and compare them eventually.
I think that every 2 or 3 years is the right way to do that. But what we found over time, at least since I've been here, is we've done the merit-based increases, but we've left the ranges. So when we've published for open positions, our ranges have not shifted. And so that's why we come every 2 or 3 years and say, where's an appropriate range? And again, we've had that philosophy of shifting it, to the 15%.
Is everybody looking at me? Geez.
looking at Joe.
Good. So I've read this over and over and over and over, and I've just tried to digest it. And I totally appreciate the trying to, get people back into market range and all the variables. And I know a lot of work's gone into it. So it's just, my worry and seriously anxiety over this is that I heard you say it's sustainable, but it freaks me out that it's not sustainable, to be quite honest. Like I want to make sure everybody's compensated fairly, but I mean, I'm looking at this going, okay, some of these are like a 5.9% COLA, but then if you look on the bracket, I mean, it could go up to 15%. And is that every year?
No, this is a one-time market adjustment. Of course, we would want to make sure what we do year over year doesn't quote unquote get us behind, right? I think that's really what we're describing here. And if I may tie it to many of the other decisions the council has made recently, is the idea of catching up and then having minimal over time. I think that's really the philosophy that staff is looking at as kind of a core fundamental thing here, is that if we establish ranges that are just market-based and not artificially depressed, that at that point, you could just do minimal types of things for those ranges and for the system. And then you get individual conversations and where you think somebody should be within that range. And if they're, if they merit high in that range, or you want to retain them, or they come to you and say, I got another job offer, can you match it? Then you can have those individual conversations. I don't think we'd have to do a major market shift like that repetitively. Perhaps you do, right? If you look at it every 2 or 3 years and something changes in the market and some job is now getting paid a whole lot more than it did. For example, building inspectors. We don't have one anymore because we couldn't hire one. Now we're contracting, but that market shifted dramatically within the state over the last 5 years. And so, yeah, that's why we keep looking at what's the going rate out there essentially. But to me, I don't think we need a major philosophy shift other than the establishment of those ranges. When I first started here and heard of the 15% philosophy, I felt like that decision on the whole says that the employees here aren't worth it as much. And I just don't believe that. I personally feel like our employees on the whole are high quality and are average or better, right? I just say based on the system, and that we're taking average ranges. We're not even taking the highest ranges that are out there or the lowest ranges, right? We picked an average and then shifted down, which essentially meant we were putting it the lowest in all intents and purposes. And
But that's
okay.
But that's not an intention, nor was that a discussion with any employees other than the key staff people sitting right here.
But they all know it.
Yeah.
Well, they do know it to a certain level, but the ones that we're talking about that get paid the least that we're talking about getting the bottom paid, they don't know that.
They do, because about a year ago, I had one of the city workers come by, and he said, and we talked a little bit about it, and he said straight off, well, every single one of us gets paid 10% less than any other city, that it was a decision, we're just going to go for the lowest, whatever the market range is, then let's cut the
And that
employees by
means,
that.
then that means staff was telling them that point right off the bat.
Well, something
I mean-
was, yeah.
I
And that's the
mean-
thing is, and that's why I've been kind of silent on it, is because I honestly believe the biggest value we have are some of these employees. And I'm not saying all of them, because I don't know all of them, but I do know the cost of retraining. I know the amount of experience that we have with some of these employees. And I don't think they should ever be thinking, okay, well, I'm getting half rate of what I should be, because they will leave. And right now, I don't think we can afford to lose some of the potential cost savings, if you will, by not paying these guys appropriately. And that's the part that bugs me, is you get the most out of the employees when they know that they are appreciated. And as soon as they don't, the loyalty goes away. I mean, we all know it, we've all experienced it. So for me, I don't have a problem with it. The compensation, it sounds like we may have to do some type of one-time adjustment so that everybody knows, okay, you're not the lowest that we can, afford. And from that point on, then do a merit or COLA raise as we go on. But either way, I think that should be
I
used.
think is really important, and where I think there's overlap between what you're saying is the ranges were shifted, but not every single employee. So the statement of we're all paid less, that's just not
That's what I'm
true,
getting at.
right? That I think is what Blair's saying.
Go through the list of employees and see what they get paid. I mean,
But
it's just
perception
not
is
a
reality
fact.
to these guys. And that's the thing, is that, if they think that, and I don't know where it came from or how it got out or any of these kind of things, but if they think that that's how they're getting paid, then the reality is they believe that, and they're going to be looking for other places.
I don't know what the messaging was when it was first established as the 15. But it was talked about to me very early on when I started, and I had conversations about that same thing. Well, you're not in the low 15% of your range, which means you're in market, right? You're in if the range wasn't depressed 15%, then you're in the normal range. And I've had that conversation with people that, no, you're not paid. You are not paid out of market. But that doesn't mean they can't find other jobs that are paying more than us, right? And so there's a lot of factors for what becomes somewhat of a morale conversation. And I don't think that it's so directly tied to, well, if I get paid more, I'm happier. That's not a one-to-one either. I do think we have an opportunity. To make a statement to the employees in the city that we value them and that we want to do something for them. You get to determine the amount, and there are no hard feelings from any of us over here, right? We're putting forward a calculation, we're putting forward information, and we do not have hard feelings if you say that number should be different. There's none of that over here. So don't feel like you're stepping on our toes in any way. I do know that there are employees that, to put it bluntly, feel undervalued or feel like they are considered lesser because they work here. And every employee has the opportunity to go get another job if they want to go get another job, right? That's a very personal conversation, and at some point everybody has to make that call, and I get that. From a systematic approach of establishing ranges, what's our philosophy? I feel strongly that we discontinue the practice of 15% and we just have our range. From there, the question would be, is everybody in range? We would have to pay everybody in range. The cheapest or the lowest cost amount of a market-based adjustment would be, let's just ensure everybody's within range. We could do that for a lot less than what is currently in the budget. But then I think there are considerations of
that of merit from that point to say you may not or should not be at the very low of the range just to get people in.
So
About
so
half
that's,
of the
that's my
employees-
question
Half
is,
of the employees would be out of. the
where in
range.
that range do you take them all?
I think that becomes a personal conversation.
And how long?
So the, sorry.
No, you're good.
So that's, gosh, that's where I'm struggling because I'm trying to stay in my lane and I hate that word. I hate that phrase so much, but I want to make sure that maintaining our responsibilities legislatively and administratively, but it's so hard when we're over here talking about, well, let's take out $10,000 for this drain because we really don't have to have it. And then not knowing exactly where this, if we approve this, where it's all going to divvy out and how that's really going to affect everyone, right? Because, someone gets $10,000 and then I'm like, well, okay then, you know what I mean? It makes it hard.
Well, and it's not, and that is not fair to the rest of the employees that will feel undervalued too.
Right.
There's someone's been here for X number, they're hardly gonna get a raise at all because they're in that range. Yet someone who has been here less gets a huge raise. But yet they are here working and agreed to work for that. How do you justify that to everybody? And that's a hard, you're walking a tightrope.
Yeah.
It's a very hard thing. And so, I mean, again, I'm okay with the amount. I'm just not okay with how it gets distributed. So and again, that's us getting into the weeds too much. I would rather it go back. And that, I actually thought this should have been a discussion, like I said before, with the finance committee and come back with a recommendation. I've said that 3 or 4 times now. So, and it hasn't hit them yet. So, and it would make a lot more sense to me because this whole council doesn't have to get in the weeds of how we pay everybody.
Is it a recommendation of the admin finance committee down to the individual employee level? Is that what you're suggesting?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think the philosophy, I think the individual employee is the director of the department's job.
Right.
That's my opinion. But I also don't think just because the pot's there, they should go give someone a $15,000, $10,000, whatever raise just because it's there.
Yeah, that's the worry.
And I'll say that's never been the application process.
Well, but it is on this spreadsheet that we're given.
Well, sure, it is shown.
It
Again,
shows it.
it's
I
a calculation
I
for
get
every individual employee based on very specific
I get it,
methodology.
but if you say, okay, we're gonna, that's why I said, where do they go in that range? You're asking us to make decisions for every individual employee, You're saying, yes, we approve of this philosophy. Boom, every one of those people are getting that dollar amount that you're showing there. I don't know that everybody up here agrees with that.
Right.
Right.
So let me just ask, if you have a range, are you required to put the employee in that range
Yes.
by law?
Not by law. But
So who
best
requires you to
practice.
put it? So, I mean, that's why
One thing
That's-
with
For that.
one thing with employment is the equal opportunity employment requirements and stipulations. If somebody is outside of range and feels that they're being compensated unjustly, outside of that, they can appeal, and we have to go through the process of equal opportunity employment and appeals process, right? So that's one thing that we really want to avoid because we want to be equitable employers. So
from my
But we can
standpoint,
choose what the range is, right?
Right.
So you
Yeah.
don't have to have somebody outside of range because you can choose what your range is.
right, and so that goes back to, Blair's question from an admin finance committee. We didn't necessarily come up with a proposal. My portion of it is what I said at the beginning, to try to manage what you're saying so that we don't have any big major jumps. If we stepped it, we're getting there. But if we step, 10%, then 5%, then 0 over 3 years, then you don't have any of these people that have to shift up in a range. I, didn't know if the state requirements required you put somebody in the range. If they don't, okay, then it's just the other aspect of it. But that would be one method of getting them to, get rid of that. Everybody right now is working here because
they're working here and they're accepting what they're being paid. So even if we moved it to 10% one year, then 5% the next year, then 0, it's an improvement. And hopefully nobody's saying, oh, I'm still undervalued. Well, okay, they're not as undervalued and they may already be in those ranges. And so then at least we're getting there, and it doesn't have to be, you know, this, as Angie just said, unknown. We've given you the pot, but we can't tell you, you know, where, you know, this 10,000 and that 25,000 and whatever's going. You know, that's your administrative responsibility, but that would be one way from a legislative standpoint for us to have a little bit more control over it, is to step it up. The other would be to approve it as is and give you our recommendations and, you know, let it go. You know, knowing that you understand and would try to equitably put it out. You know, we don't want to tie your hands or anything like that. That to me is the question here. You know, how much legislative rope do we want to give to our staff administrators? Do we give it all to them? I'm fine with that. If we trust them and give them our recommendations. If we want to have a little bit more control, then we look at something a little bit more tiered.
And I do agree with that. I mean, as long as you're showing progress, you know, to try to, you know, bring that back up. I think that's everything. That's just what people are looking for. You know, they just want that level of appreciation. They know that it's not just going to be a big, huge check. I mean, everyone would love that, but that's, you know, but the one thing I really do hold tight to is an honest day's wage for an honest day's work. And if that means that we have to stagger it and do, you know, maybe we do 2% every year, plus then the merit of, you know, 1 to 5% or whatever. So that way there's still the fluctuation based on your merit, but there's also the continual process of knowing, okay, we're bringing you guys back up to standard. We're bringing you up to this level. And it's over time, you know.
I feel like there are a few departments that are maybe hit harder, not maybe, are definitely hit harder based on the current ranges, the currently established ranges. We could be more targeted, right? In that there are departments that have a larger amount of this money going to them because of that. And so, you know, to your point that you're looking at every line item, you know which departments the budget is being allocated to. We've always had that, and we're not getting away from that, right? That's your prerogative to say, here's the various, you know, department budgets. And so I don't think it would be that difficult for the Admin Finance Committee to have a more detailed conversation about which departments, you know, maybe need that more than other departments. In the end, I think it still comes down to looking at the market as we establish it. And as we established it to this point, we look at neighboring cities, you know, geography that's close, as well as, you know, similar sized and population-based cities to establish our market. We look at, you know, a dozen or so cities and say those are our comparison cities. And we also have the statewide information as just data points in order for us to establish ranges. It's not just spit out a number and we automatically adopt that as the range, right? We've always had the discretion to establish our ranges where we see fit. And I don't think that philosophy changes. We establish those ranges. And if we need to do that more targeted based on the different, you know, departments, that's not difficult.
Can I ask a couple clarifying questions? The 15%, was that off of market comp or state market comp? That was
Market.
typically just market. So the file that you sent out, we have a compensation system where there's a market comp, and then the state market, and then going further down into the spreadsheet, it was just going off just the state market. Are we taking this from state market comps?
No, the market comps are the ones that were relied on more heavily. The state was just again, a data point, it was information.
Okay.
The statewide was much different than the comparison cities, right?
Yeah,
Because that
yeah,
includes
right.
lots of big
Mhm.
cities and, all of that.
So this market-based or this market comp, what is that based on? Is that comparable cities to South Weaver? Is that where you're getting that from? Or is that?
Size, population, and budget were considered, so cities with similar size, population, or budget were compared to one another and similar positions. So when, as a city, we go in and log our rates in, and we tie them to the type of employment. So if it's a treasurer, we would tie, and if our name is accountant, but it's really a treasurer position, we tie it to that, right? So it would take an average of those, and that's the market comparable based off of size, budget, and population.
So, and I don't know how it would look, and maybe Matt could tell us, or if, and this is just going back to your PowerPoint, Trevor. So that, to get us to current market, in those ranges, it's $130,000.
Right.
And then you go down with the COLA and the time and hybrid and all of that. But if we get into the ranges, and then we do our typical 3% or typical merit base that we've always, like you were saying, that's what we would then do.
Mhm.
It's not a $275,000 number. I don't know what that number is.
I think that probably would put it at it's about the tiered COLA range.
Like the 195.
Yeah,
type
about
thing.
195 is what.
Because that would be, we get into range, and then we do our typical merit based and our typical,
Can you help me?
3% increase for a budget that we're dealing with, then you guys deal with how that's dispersed.
Sorry, can you just clarify typical merit base and typical COLA? We haven't done a COLA.
Well, I should
What would
say
be-
that. Our budget increase every year has been basically 3%,
Okay.
which is the typical
Gotcha.
COLA is
Gotcha.
between a 3 and a 5% range. And so if we were looking at a budget thing and you would say, okay, we're gonna get people to market, which is $130,000. And then we do our typical 3% increase in the budget that MAC has done before. I don't know what that number is. It might be the 195. It's definitely not the 275. I mean, to me, that would make more logical sense to try to do more of what Quinn's talking about. I mean, we may get it all there, but it's, I say Quinn?
Yeah,
Okay.
making sure his notes are
Anyway,
good.
I mean, I may be off base, but I mean,
No, I agree. I think getting to that market base is, looking at the 130. I think I personally like the idea of the tiered COLA, with the idea of the lower wages getting a higher COLA than the higher wages, because I feel like that is where the ones that are getting hurt most. And I like the idea of the merit base just because it kind of helps incentivize your people to hang around longer. But whether that all comes in 1 year, or if that's, we take this step here and then, tiered COLA and then, this additional merit-based pay, I feel like it's a little bit easier to just be able to kind of ease into rather than slamming a brick wall, I guess.
I agree with that. Some of the increases though, to get people in range on the,
Yeah.
like when you look at the recs,
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's a big, a percentage wise, it's a big percentage.
right.
Mhm.
And so that it takes that 15%. It's actually a lot more than that, 15%. So just by getting to the market base, that lower income is getting the
Yeah,
biggest
that's true.
increase.
Yeah.
Percentage wise.
That is true.
drastically.
Well, and
That
that's
is
why we
true.
really need to just pull away from that whole market type of based analysis. Because reality is, we get people by how much they're willing to take. It's a market economy. If we can't get somebody for a certain amount of pay, that means we need to pay them more. So if we can get away, in my opinion, if we can get away from the whole discussion, the 15, the 10%, any of that, we start just doing a tiered, whether it's based on COLA or whatever, let's bring up some people, let's bring it up. And then just from that point on, it doesn't matter what the market range is. It's, because it's already, as attrition happens, we're already changing that
Mhm.
as we go. Because it's gonna be based on what somebody's willing to do the job for, and right now, that's getting more and more difficult. So, to me, I just hate the whole idea of anyone ever thinking that they're, paid less than that. So if we just get away from that entire idea.
But you have to have
and start
somewhere to
increasing-
go
Yeah,
from.
that's why I
But
say,
you-
take
but
the
you
COLA,
have to-
COLA plus one.
But
and
as
then
a
there.
city, they have to advertise a range.
Mhm.
That's where he's getting at. I mean, that's
So-
the range, why we have to establish a range somewhere, just like when we advertise for any of those positions. I mean, all of us do the same, but
Yeah.
I don't know what the requirement is, but I know when we advertise for a public position, I think it's different where they have to have a range in there, do you not? Or can you
Well, but
just say it's this?
But if somebody doesn't apply for it, I mean, we can't even get bids anymore. But if.
Yeah, I know.
So if you don't get somebody that applies for it, then market dictates you're gonna have to pay more, and that range will move up, and that's why they do move up, but.
I've seen job advertisements that just simply say
Say,
dependent on qualifications or dependent
Well,
on
I mean,
experience. But
Yeah.
those types of job announcements typically don't
not
get
perform.
the.
But that's not a
the-
typical city
But
or public type.
Right,
job.
so
So
cities and publics usually have a range.
cities and public, we have to have the ranges available. We don't necessarily have to publish that job advertisement with the range. Does that make sense?
Not every job.
Not every job, but, I know. I'm trying, but general good practice is putting the ranges in, and the ranges do attract the talent.
Well, to summarize, I can say for my part, I'm okay with dropping that 15% and bumping everybody to market range. Or that, what that 130,000 would be, and then we give it to the admin and finance committee for future discussion and future, golly, my brain's
But I-
starving.
And I agree that I just hope there's some discretion on a cap on some of that.
In
I mean,
my
I
mind,
really, really do.
in my mind, I think it would be very easy to say, we're establishing our range just as is, no shift. And then comparing that to our tiered COLA and essentially giving whichever's higher.
But don't you need to have your new range?
Put him in that range, sorry, go ahead.
No.
Are you putting them exactly where they're at
No,
in their
No.
current range?
no, so we're
No.
looking at their current salary, and then we're comparing it, we're doing the tiered COLA, what's the increase for tiered COLA? Or what's the increase to just get them to the bottom of the new range, the
Well, that was my
established
question.
range, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So then what we would give them whatever is higher,
Higher.
right? So it goes to show if it's higher to just get them to range, then we'll give them that. But if they're already in range, then they'll receive a tiered COLA amount type thinking. Not
That does-
necessarily
that
a
does
COLA.
take
adjustment.
I don't know that I
Depends on-
like the higher amounts on the COLA, because that can get out of hand after time. Yeah.
Well, and that goes,
15%.
right, that goes to the idea of, well, it wouldn't be annually, that would just be this year.
one
Yeah, just
time.
one
One
time,
time.
that's all it is.
Maybe one
I
time and then
al-
we figure
I
out what we're
would
gonna
also
do.
say that, that idea of base of the range, right, that market adjustment as step one, and then adding either a COLA or a merit at that point is the other kind of easy answer, so to speak, that make sure everybody's in market, but then set aside an amount that is just merit-based, as we've always done. So you're just adding that layer of making sure everybody's in the new range, whatever that range is that we're comfortable with. And just by doing that, we would be able to calculate what that new number would be.
That would, I have it in the charts, I don't remember which ones we gave you, but it's a hybrid option, which is either bringing them to market or give them a COLA, and that would put it around 200,000 as the budgeted amount. Not necessarily pinpointed for every employee, but that's just the total budget.
If we're doing, again, this is getting into the weeds, but if someone's getting a significant increase to get into range, do they need the COLA too? on top of that?
No, it would just be
Yeah, that's-
whichever's greater.
It's either or.
Yeah.
Well, no, but you talked about plus the smaller COLA, like our regular.
No, I was
increase.
saying compare them, and you just get one of them. If
Well,
you're
we're-
out of market, let's get you into market. If you're in market, then there's merit-based or a COLA-based system.
So that's the 195.
Roughly.
Roughly, yeah. Yeah, I don't think you double up on the different types.
We understand this is not the fun part of being an employer, so we get it.
Well, and then it gets late and my cursies want to come out, and I don't want to say that.
So
Okay.
have we made any decision or?
Yeah. Any type of summary?
Talk to me.
All right.
I mean,
You know what?
go ahead.
Well, what I was going to say is Quinn jumped and Joel jumped, so I think that means Blair's jumping.
My preferred philosophy would be to get people within market range of that 130 that was shown, plus the increase. If we're gonna budget the increase of our typical 3%, that would give us the budget to deal with. And then I leave it between the staff and the admin finance to deal with how that gets
So the roughly 195,
roughly to 195.
I
So
concur.
not the COLA or the.
Well, the COLA can be in there. I mean, that's what I'm saying. You gotta get
Okay.
to an amount
Yeah,
and they're just gonna decide.
I think
which
we're saying
amount
the
is
same
different.
thing, but
We
four
are.
different ways.
We are.
Okay.
But
Are
just
you
for this
saying-
year, to bump it up, right?
Yep.
Just to get them into range.
The market range.
And then I would recommend this year, taking the time with admin finance to maybe flesh out some other policies for continued.
Sure, that's
That's-
wise.
Yes.
So did I hear market and the 3% merit or a tiered
Or
COLA?
whatever, just to get it.
Or whatever.
That's your budget number.
Some
200,000.
200,000 is the budget number
Yeah.
applied as a market plus a merit. Get everybody in market, and then where they fit past there is based on merit.
Yep.
And the
Yes.
$200,000 is the number to work with across all.
Yep.
There.
Quinn and I didn't have to do anything again.
Got it.
Got it.
Okay, no, that is a huge one.
Okay, the next one's gonna be real easy.
Yep, employee benefits remain the same. That's a conversation we've had every year about does health insurance change or rates or whatnot? Nope, that's all stays the same. The next major item is that allocation of wages by department has seen a significant shift. Questions on that item, or is that self-explanatory?
Self-explanatory, other than the FTEs are not said correctly still.
I'm sorry, does this mean like the engineer will have just engineer and not like engineer and planning and engineer and community services?
You'll still have all.
No,
that.
because that's a contracted service.
That's
This-
really difficult.
Yeah, each department, each budget ends up paying for.
So what does this mean then? I don't know what it means.
This means that, for example, Mark Larson, who's involved in all of the various enterprise funds, we had to put him in one.
Oh,
department.
okay, so I just picked the wrong person. If I would have said Mark Larson, you would have said yes to my question. Okay.
Yep.
I still think it's confusing with Brandon though.
But on the budget, we still have like 1.5 FTEs or whatever, and some of those
That
things.
needs to be updated.
That needs to be. And I think that's throughout the municipal utilities budget.
Trevor, before we move on to the wildland, do you have that email that we talked about in public safety? Not the email, the spreadsheet that we looked at. I think that would be helpful
For what?
for the
Wildland?
wildland.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I sent that
it would be
to, I
awesome.
sent
Oh,
that.
there
to
you
Lisa. We're bringing that up.
Sorry.
Blair, you still will have some departments that have a fraction of.
Yeah,
Because of the
Because of the
part-time.
part-time, I agree. But sewer shows 1.5, or storm drain does.
Okay, so wildland program. We looked at this as a or as a public safety committee, and we tried to establish a total guess based on a floor and a ceiling. And Angie,
It's a good guess.
this was one that I feel really good about where we got to, but when we started, it was how do we calculate any budget number for this? What does it look like? So there are 3 different scenarios. We looked at if we keep our fire chief just doing as is right now, but we hire a contracted engine boss, how much would that be in an expense? We looked at if we had a full-time chief, but we contracted an engine boss for 1 year. Or scenario 3 is a full-time chief and a full-time engine boss. So it's more expensive as you go down the scenarios with our fixed costs. And then we looked at the minimum and maximum number of potential hours our wildland crew could be deployed. And we calculated that. There's a lot of inputs into this spreadsheet, but in the end, we were able to generate a expected revenue range and an expected expense range. And you can see 9 squares with either green or red. The takeaway is that scenario 1, at max number of hours that they could be deployed, would make a bunch of money, and the minimum number of hours that they could be deployed would make some money. Scenario 2, which is scenario 2, brings in money if they're out a lot, and if they're out at, middle of the road, has potential for trouble if it's that they don't go out very much. Scenario 3, which obviously has the most expense to it, with 2 full-time employees, has the greater level of risk that way, based on where it could land. In the end, the committee looked at it and had conversation about it for quite a while. And because this is lots of variables that really could shift, and it's dependent on when and how things can work out, felt like option 2, getting a full-time chief paid for almost entirely by the wildland program, kind of piggyback on the creation of the wildland program that way, but then be able to contract with our engine boss for 1 year and give ourselves a chance to see how it goes. Everybody that I've talked to inside the city and outside of the city has indicated that their crews are out between that mid and max typically. And so reduces the potential, although there is a wide range of potential. You look at the max number of hours and the min number of hours, and there's a wide range of possibility there. That's the general overview of the wildland program. Members of the Public Safety Committee want to add?
So just to give you a little bit, so to just put Derek or the chief as full-time, it bumps that up. And if we can contract with the engine boss, and also you have the seasonal employees, you're not paying them if they're not out working too. So basically, in my mind, what we were risking is if this didn't work in that year, is what we hired a full-time chief. And so if it doesn't work and we can see the writing on the wall that it's not going to work, we're not obligated, and we also don't have another full-time employee sitting there.
Yeah.
But this individual wants to be full-time. So there is an individual in mind, but it is, I don't see that there's a lot of downside, because you're not paying people when they're not out doing something.
Minus the engine boss
Minus the chief.
and the engine boss.
So
If they're full-time, if the engine boss.
After his first year.
after
Yeah,
his
so
first year.
scenarios 1 and 2 are a 1-year scenario.
Yep.
Anything long-term is a scenario.
It takes us all the way to 3, but then we would have a better idea of what kind of revenue. Granted, it's based on whatever the fires are. But-
Sure.
No. But, yeah. Yeah, I know. Obviously, it's based on, and we even got into other scenarios of 2 trucks and different things, 2 crews going, which actually even generates more money. But I think it's something we need to explore, because we need to figure out other sources of revenue.
This
So
is exciting. Why didn't we start with this?
This is a much easier conversation.
Well, keep in mind, I mean, there is the, so the initial cost of the first year to bump the salaries for the full-time chief is about 104. And then, are you serious? Just, never mind, it's okay, just sit down. Thank you. I think he has something against me.
It's only the difference between Derek's current salary and.
Anyway, 17,000 to contract our engine boss for the first year. And then after that, he goes to what? Engine
It'd be
boss,
a salary.
70,000, 80,000. So,
One thing that I think is important, again, we are showing right now, if the wildland program is paying for the full-time chief, the difference between our current budget amount and the full-time. In a traditional scenario, you've already got a full-time chief that you're paying out of, general fund revenue or whatnot, and the wildland program stands on its own. So you take that amount out and for example, say, let's attribute our full-time chief to the general fund or sales tax and just have wildland program and not those fixed costs of administration, the wildland program numbers would all be
Mhm.
written.
So let it be written.
So we're using wildland to show, some of that money for the chief this year. But the recommendation was scenario 2, to give us that 1 year and see what comes.
Sounds good.
Sounds fantastic.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay?
But, so in the budget though, Mac, you have budgeted 210 in revenue.
Okay, I added an additional 25,000 in revenue and an additional 25. I added an additional 25,000 in revenue and an additional 25,000 under travel and training for the reimbursable expenditures.
But that's as if we were gonna max it at max. Do we want to budget it at max?
Well, those numbers are going to be relational. They're a wash, right?
I guess the expense
Yeah.
versus the budget is,
Uh-huh.
that's,
Whatever number you put in there.
Geez, Blair, it's like you didn't even listen to this whole meeting. Expense and revenue.
don't make me.
Do it.
Okay? Does that make sense? So we
I
put a
agree, you
number
can
in
put
there.
any number in there, but we're budgeting max. And, yeah, you have to make the two things match, but do we want to budget the max? Is all I was saying.
Yes,
Okay, then I'm good with that.
I'm just saying, this is one of the few money makers we have. I mean, like I said.
It'll give us something to point to, oh, thank you.
oh,
Trevor. You didn't
right,
need to
we
do that.
finally got down here at the end of this end, we got some loving.
Yes.
Okay, the next major item, if we're good with that.
No, I'm joking.
Oh, my God.
Haley, I'm all in.
The next major item is additional public works employee. So that is paid for through the enterprise funds. Some of that is storm drain that we talked about. But it does include us adding a position out there. They've talked about needing additional help. I need to amend one statement that I've made in the past, and that was that all budget requests have been accomplished. They actually requested 2 people, and this only shows 1. And so that was something that didn't make the cut. Questions about the public works employee?
Just what department will they be focused on?
Storm drain.
Seriously.
Is that what you- Like I wasn't even listening. Okay.
Where you been?
Okay, we've also been more thorough in the travel and training. We've identified more specific travel and training opportunities, and so you'll see those budget numbers more detailed across the board. We're happy to go into that as well if you have questions or concerns. With the shift in job responsibilities that have taken place last year and the kind of turnover we had on at least some office staff, there's additional need for travel and training, and so that shows up in the budget.
Law enforcement, that's another big one that we can talk about hopefully quickly. I was able to meet with Deputy Chief Oblad this morning, actually, to talk about that. Our current contract is just over $220,000. We've talked generally about the idea of having a very similar kind of level of service for one more year, but recognizing that their model of their cost modeling is shifting to a per patrol unit cost. So for one patrol officer working 410s or 40 hours a week in the city, that's just over $130,000, like 132. So if we essentially say we're going to 2 patrol officers, that's the 30,000 increase, right? That gets us to around 265-ish. So it is an increase in what we're paying, but it is a shift to essentially saying 2 officers that are scheduled, that are our officers, so to speak, that we're going to have the 80 hours of patrol. All of the investigations and back end and all of that shows up. It's not in the amount to pay. It's not additional cost, but that's all part of the services they deliver. The cost is based on those patrol units.
But dispatch is separate.
Dispatch is separate. So, yes, dispatch is.
Is the
its own-
bailiff included?
Yes, bailiff is still included.
I think that's a thing of beauty.
So it basically gives us the opportunity for a year to look at it and say, is 2 units the right amount?
Yeah.
Is 3 better? Is 4 better? Is 5 better? I was able
That
to.
kind of worked out really nicely, didn't it?
I think it did. It gives us a 1 year, so you'll actually have a contract come forward. From a process standpoint, we're gonna amend the current contract and send that over to them to look at. So we'll draft the language adjustment to extend the term for 1 more year and shift this cost model from the dollar per hour that it is now to the per unit cost.
But the cost model changed to what we paid, but it's easier for them to deploy the way they're currently deploying, if I understood Sheriff Sparks right.
Well, today there was a little bit of a change
Okay.
there, was that essentially it is easy to just go to kind of the 2 units and we have our 2 officers assigned.
The problem is with that is then you have 2 officers on the same schedule every day.
Not necessarily.
Okay.
We did talk about varied schedule and things like
Okay.
that. That does become a, how do we want to deploy those officers? And there is need to not have it be always the same hours every single day. And so that's an important piece.
Okay.
It does give us scalability from here, though, to then say is 3 or 4 or 5 or whatnot. Based on how he kind of mapped out scheduling for me, and I can share this with everybody. I just didn't get the chance earlier today because of meeting schedules, but he mapped out various options for schedules with 2 or 3 or 4 up to 6 units. And really, they had said 5 units was 24/7 coverage. Really, when you map it out, 6 units becomes true 24/7 coverage all the time. So know that number as a true 24/7 coverage is right about $790,000.
No, I hope I'm not here to make that decision.
So,
That's a big decision.
so.
What are you doing?
Rod, nowhere.
Questions about law enforcement? Okay, 50% increase across funds for fuel, with fuel expenses going up. The storm drain, we talked about that, now paying its portion for detention basin maintenance. Utility rates, this is one that's always an important piece. Of course, we talked about storm drain. Sanitation rate has a slight increase because they changed our per can amount. So Robinson Waste, they showed us the CPI was at 7-something%, and they were able to actually cut it down to the 3.85. MAC was then able to take that and kind of put it into our budget, and it's not a true, if you look at the numbers, it doesn't calculate out to 3.85% on the whole. It calculates to roughly 2%, but their per can amount changed 3.85%. So what it shows in the budget now, again, this is a decision point for the council, is passing that through and having our sanitation monthly utility increase by 2%. Our water rate remains unchanged and our sewer rate remains unchanged and our tough rate remains unchanged as our other monthly utility fee amounts.
So Dave, where we say our sewer rate is unchanged, haven't we received information from the sewer district that says they're having a 10% increase?
They gave us information a couple of years ago about a projected amount of increase. And MAC was able to have that pre-budgeted essentially. And so that shows already in the budget.
Okay.
So
Well done,
it
Mac.
does not, we don't have to change our rates to accommodate that.
Pat him on the back one more time.
Get it from both sides. Recreation programs. The rec program or the rec committee, I call it specifically the rec committee, the Parks and Rec committee, met and talked about our recreation program. The budget as it currently is shows all of our recreation programs with a $3 increase per program. So some of the programs are $33 registration, now they're $36 registration. If it's a $40 registration, now it's a $43 registration. That's
Nice
what the
job on
budget
math.
shows.
That's good.
Yeah, I nailed that one.
Yeah. Is that sufficient increase to cover?
That's the conversation that the rec committee had. I think there's opportunity for additional increase based on the quality of program and staffing levels that we desire and things, right?
Okay.
How does that compare in other cities?
Low.
Well, that's what, I mean, I've been hearing numbers drastically higher than that, and I don't know if they were, I just don't know if they were right or wrong.
A lot of it, as I went through and did the spreadsheet on this one, a lot of it depends on the sport and the city. One of the examples I bring up is Beaver. You don't go in there and not play baseball. And I mean, the adults play baseball, the kids play baseball, and then you got a few people over here that play something else, but it's a baseball town. So they have higher rates for each one of them. They have different clinics that they involve themselves in. And of course, team sports, bigger bucks. The pickleball is another one that's very, big variable between just coming in and playing a couple of games or having some type of tournament or competition. And that's why we were talking about increasing the rate of this, was so that we could, number one, handle pickleball and make it, a big sport, and then start looking at some of the adult programs. We're looking at using the rec center for also being able to do some of the non-sport related type of activities that the kids during the summer programs would like to use. But the good thing is this is the second part of the city that actually makes money. And that's what's neat. If we can get the rates up to a little bit higher, we can actually increase the overall service and organization that we're giving everybody. But yeah, it makes money. So that's kind of a nice thing.
So each individual program makes money, all right? That's what you're saying. And we've been able to analyze that per program, the revenue versus the expense. The recreation department, I think on the whole, has a lot of potential for service changes or improvement and all of that. So, but what the budget shows right now, again, this is up for discussion. I know you're not wanting to discuss stuff right now, but if you're okay with it the way it is, great, we'll move on. If you want to have discussion about, difference there, then we can. That would show up in the consolidated fee schedule that you adopt at the same time as the budget. Those rates would show differently there. And then the revenues would show differently in the budget line.
Was $3 just because that was a 10% increase? I guess it's only if that was $30. Forget that. Dang it, I did math.
30 cents.
No, that was a suggestion. That was a suggestion from Curtis.
Okay.
That was the rate that he requested. Everybody else in the room said, is that enough?
Okay.
And he essentially said, for what we're doing right now, yes, it's enough. If we want to do more or do additional, then the revenue and then kind of the support staff, I think, would be tied together.
Okay. All right.
But that's just getting by, honestly. I mean,
Yeah.
So then I would say we go off of Curtis's recommendation, and especially until he gets his staff filled up.
Yep.
I feel like our rec committee at this point has a great feel for ways to maybe improve that over time or increase that service level over time. And then we'd have more detailed conversation about a commensurate revenue stream and program revenue to tie to that.
It's about time we get a good rec committee. Oh. I was on it. I was kidding myself.
Okay, enhanced communication, that's been a topic of conversation for a while. I want you to know that that is being addressed and does show up in the community services department. It shows up mainly in the miscellaneous category because communication is one of those things where there's lots of various ways that it could go depending on what you want. And so that's where it shows up. Questions about communication? All right.
No, I just look at Trevor and he's always like, what? Like,
It's getting late.
You did great, Dave.
Okay, reserve funding. This is a conversation piece that we've had for a while. Obviously, and former council member Wayne Windsor talked a lot about reserve funding. The decision tonight with storm drain rates was a huge step to that idea of reserve funding and establishing a philosophy that will actually create that over time, saying we want a minimum, cash balance of a number of days operating revenue. So the idea, as the admin finance committee talked about that, was as we go through the same process of CFP, IFFP, IFA rate study, that we can establish that somewhat as a philosophy moving on and implement the idea of reserve funding, that it shows up in each of our utility funds through that kind of methodology. We're going to pause, and if nobody takes my bait, I'm going to keep going.
Keep going.
Keep going.
Okay, the new abatement program we've already talked about. It's important to note the new trails maintenance line item. We've talked about trails maintenance a lot too. If you've ever been in a meeting with Mark Larson talking about a development that is including a trail and says, hey, here's this nice fancy trail for you when we're done with the development. He goes, how are we going to take care of that from now on? We don't have a line item for that. We don't have money that's set aside. We are showing $20,000 as trails maintenance in the budget right now.
which trails would those be for currently?
So they're for all of them.
I mean, are we responsible for like the Weaver Pathways one?
No. Think of behind Old Maple Road, where Old Maple Farms, you've got a trail that's back there.
City only.
City only trails.
Period.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know those trails.
Trails at like Cedar
Cove.
Oh, I know that trail.
those types of trails, yeah. Yep.
You're an avid trail user, I guess.
I'm not a West End.
Okay, quick overview of the capital projects listed. Questions about what was listed?
Yes, sir. 50,000 additional for city hall maintenance. So we budgeted 50,000 last year. This is an additional 50.
Yes. So the conversation we've had internally and basically the budget proposal, budget request, as far as that's concerned, is the $50,000 was originally for carpet and paint. There were lots of conversations about potential longer term solutions. And where we're at right now is whatever we do now in 2 years, essentially 18 months to 2 years, when a public works facility is built, we'll then have Mark move to the new public works facility. It changes where offices are a little bit and where people are going to be. The thought was, let's do something now that's more of a semi-permanent solution that would get us to however long it is until there's a new city hall, rather than something that is just kind of minimal. That additional $50,000, that additional $50,000 would be more of that semi-permanent solution. We've thought, think of like a school, for example. We're just throwing out ideas, but I get, hang on. I only started the phrase and then I backtracked. Here's what I want to say first. Because of our experience with the fire auxiliary building, we want to do a better job of planning out projects and budgeting for them. And so this is a $50,000 number that doesn't have a fleshed out plan at this point. And so I hesitate with that for the very reason we just walked through. But one of the ideas that we have that we've banted around a little bit. Similar to how a school, when they need more space, rather than renovate interior, they put a trailer. The thinking is if we put a trailer back there, we could create some office space that could last us for a lot longer. To rent that type of facility is only $300 to $400 a month.
The small one from our
The tiny, tiny one.
The tiny one was 300. They've got more numbers. But so we want to flesh that out more. This is just a budget number at this point. And again, we want to be able to have a plan for the budget. And so we're still working on those details, but yes, it's additional 50,000 to do more of a longer-ish term kind of maintenance of this facility so it can be used for a long time.
Okay,
There's a basement.
Yeah, that's a big requirement.
Have you been
down to the
We're in a
basement?
fine, there's a little bit of a fine line for us in this facility because any major renovation kicks in ADA standards.
right.
And so we're trying to do what we can without triggering what would probably be one of those big ticket items that we don't like.
How are you gonna decide who gets to go there?
It might be really nice.
No, I know. I think more people want to go to the annex and they want to stay in the building.
Well, it was actually kind of a sad and funny moment when we were looking at a video about essentially tricking out a Connex box and staff was drooling at it. So yes, I understand what you're saying. Any other questions about capital projects?
They're really nice.
Okay. Capital projects in the enterprise funds, this is just essentially according to the CFPs. And so we've got those into the budget according to those plans. We are adding, not adding, but we are budgeting our process of going through our enterprises and updating our CFPs, like we've said. Sewer is next. We are in process, as a reminder, of our transportation right now. And so just a reminder that's happening right now. That's why it shows up in streets and it shows completion. But then the enterprise funds, we're adding sewer there as the next one in line. We are adding a little bit of equipment for sewer lift generator, as well as confined space equipment for when they need to get in. Our confined space safety gear right now is not great.
The generator is rebudgeted because we found out that the delivery time on the generators was 48 weeks. So we will not be, it was
We can't get
budgeted.
it this year, and we can't get it next budget year.
We gotta get it.
Yeah, so we got to order it and. Yep.
Anything like that, yeah.
Okay, then we have a
Waiting a
section
long
here that
time.
we just wanted you to know, items that are being discussed that are on the radar that don't show in the budget currently. But as those things that are up in the air kind of float to the ground or solidify, then we'll add those things as they come. ARPA projects, pickleball programming, RAP tax, we want to specifically highlight. We anticipate $60,000 in revenue for RAP tax. That started implementation April 1st. So you've now been paying that. We all have here in the city on sales tax for 11 days. We anticipate or estimate $60,000 a year. Right now, we have essentially allocated 20,000 of that to the trails maintenance when we added that line item, but that's not like a direct, it is definitely going to that. I know the messaging was we want to build that up and do projects. The Parks Committee, as we all know, has recommended and the council has decided to pre-pave certain items. And so there's not new projects for parks this year. The idea is to let those funds build up and then we can do the parks priority list as it's stated. It is time to update that list and the Parks Committee is ready to evaluate that and bring forward a new recommendation as one of the next things that they tackle is reevaluate our parks priority list bring that forward so the council can say, yep, that's what we want to tackle when the funding is there. Old Fort Road, Luster Drive, those are projects that have been talked about. And again, when they land, then we'll have to include those in the budget. Questions?
I have one. It's not, sorry, it's in your public safety. What's the emergency preparedness thing that's for $57,000? And is new.
That's the.
I am on
that's the-
page 168.
That is the all hazards or multi-hazard mitigation plan
Oh,
project that
right.
we're in,
Okay, thank you.
where we have the grant funding for that. So some of that is going to be spent this year, right? And so we're budgeting what is the remainder for next year, what will still be budgeted there.
Very good, thanks.
Holy crap, we still have more.
Hey, quick question. Quick question, why do we donate money to other institutions? We got $200 for different schools, for Sunset, for the charter school.
I think that was here before I started. The council, I think, knows that we have students that go to those schools. I think the schools requested it at some point and the council said, let's do that. And that became an annual item. Am I
I don't know how long we've been doing them. Michelle, you'd be the best person to ask.
You know, it's been off and on over the years. It's usually on if they come and request. Do you use it every year? I don't know that you guys.
They've requested it almost every year. They, part of it goes for their, when the graduates, their party,
Their all-night party.
their all-night party and those type of things. And I think it was probably about 2016 when I'm familiar with it, actually hitting the budget for the first time. It was just as the schools requested it. And then I think 2 years ago, decided that we should make it equal instead of showing preference to just the one that requested it, making it a possibility for all the various schools that the students go to. And so that's what you're seeing. Usually the PTA or PTSA, whatever it is, the acronym is now, makes a request, and they usually have a general function that they want, they're asking for the donation for. And so that's where it came about. It was the city council asked that that be put in at that time, and it's been in there since.
One other question, maybe hopefully we can jump down through a bunch of these then instead. I don't see a line item, and it sounds like we don't have one for engineering.
There's not one line item where all engineering costs hit because each fund has engineering costs, each project has engineering costs. And so each of those funds pays for it when it hits that fund.
So we don't have a cap per se on.
Well, just what we budgeted for each
one of those.
Each one of those, yeah.
It also goes not only just in funds, but departments. For example, the streets, where anything that is done, engineering of the streets goes there. Engineering that's strictly for the parks would be in the Parks Department. And so, as well as water. And then if it's engineering for a specific project, it's in the project cost. But if it's general engineering, in the TUF, when they figure the engineering to design the street projects for the next year, that's shown under the engineering in the TUF fund.
I saw a number of different general ledger accounts for all of it on the monthly, and I mean, there's quite a few different ones.
It depends on the project. The biggest one is in community services because it covers all the development costs. And until they actually get past the sketch plan, then we start billing the developer. And you'll see on the developers in 1058-319, the part that is reimbursable, or we pay the engineering firm and then we have a revenue source and we bill them back.
Okay, so just looking at storm drain, for example, I don't see any line item in here for engineering costs. So you're saying even within this department, everything broken down, engineering costs is hidden within that.
Which page are you on?
207?
Pa- 544312, professional technical engineer.
It should be in every single fund.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
see it there.
the final three numbers are 312. And so you'll see that and the title is generally the same, professional/technical dash
Okay.
engineering.
Okay.
But the same 312, if it shows up, it's always got that same
Okay.
final three numbers.
312 across department should be the same.
Okay. Okay.
Keep them coming. Other budget questions, line items?
Those are mine.
Okay. That's all we got then on budget.
Let's make some noise.
Whoa. This is one that, when we put the budget, or put the agenda together, the question was, we got a lot going on, maybe we want to move that to May. If you want to continue that discussion and we introduce it in May, that's.
It will not hurt my feelings.
The noise ordinance,
Yeah.
push it to May.
I like it.
You sure wanna push that off 2 years?
Another
The
ye-
Jake break.
My dear friend, yes. Yes, I agree. Mayor, can we move that to May?
Just make a motion for that, so that.
Mayor, may I make a motion that we continue the discussion on the number 15 noise ordinance introduction and number 16 planning commission chair term length?
I'll amend that motion.
Yeah, I'll amend the motion to do noise ordinance, but to discuss the PC. It'll take 2 seconds.
Let's
Why
get
does
it.
everyone look at me?
Okay, Mayor, I'd like to amend my motion to continue item number 15 noise ordinance introduction.
Second,
Continue
to continue, yeah.
Till May.
May 10th meeting.
10th.
No.
Whatever that
it.
day
Okay,
is.
all in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Okay, number 16. This is mine. When I was approached that we needed to suggest a new person for the planning commission, and I was under the assumption that our chairperson, because I'd been on that before, could continue multiple years. I know that we had some issues with that, and you guys changed that. My first impression when I saw that was that 1 year doesn't hardly give a chairperson enough time to really settle into the job, feel comfortable with the job, and about the time that he does, his term is up and he's out, and we've got someone else. I felt that it would bring more professionalism if we had one that could do another year, do a consecutive year. Without expressing those feelings, I asked Gary how he felt, where he was the chairperson this year, this past year, and he pretty much said the same thing. He says, it really took me 8 months to settle into this chair position. And it seems like I just got into it and now I'm going out. So I'm just bringing this up, that I think that it would be good if we looked at maybe making that change, that they could do a consecutive year uh, based on, I think that would bring more continuity to the planning commission. Would give a little more professionalism there, and feel that would be appropriate. I just think 1 year is hardly enough. All of you sit on you're a chairperson of a committee, and in talking with you, you felt comfortable, wanted to continue. We continued with that, and a lot of the reason that we did is because you've got that professionalism, you've been able to serve on that and have a better outlook on what needs to be done there, which I think is that's great. And I think that should continue, and feel that this with the planning commission, I think should be somewhat that same way.
I agree.
I do as well. I don't think Jeremy's done a bad job. I don't think that.
Jeremy just got in.
He
Yeah,
barely
that's what I
got
mean
there.
is that he's in right now. The chairman of the PC is still just a member of the PC. The only thing he does is run the meeting.
Right.
So I would personally rather see at least that first year of, does it really require 2 years for it, or because as long as it's not consecutive, I mean, if Gary wants to do it again, he can the next year. But then this gives everybody the chance to chair, which really is just running the meeting. And a lot of that has actually gone through Trevor and a few other things, but I believe that's the only part that the chair does. And if I'm wrong, please let me know. I just thought they ran the meeting. Is the difference.
They do.
I think they have some influence on the meeting.
They have.
Mhm.
They do.
I really do.
I will say on the staff side, my role is not to run the meeting and just to be a support and give the information. So, but there are times that it does feel like I do run the meeting through someone else. So just on the staff perspective, it'd be nice to have somebody that, because you got to kind of keep the reins on.
That's my observation as well. I mean, it took, and Gary's done a great job, and I think Jeremy will do a great job. I don't think it's against any person. You started to see, and again, I only had one other experience watching the previous member of planning commission who really ran the meeting. Maybe that was to a detriment, but I don't think that was any issue. Because if the other members of the planning commission aren't comfortable with them, they can say no. I mean, they still have to get elected. They still have to get appointed
They have to.
every year.
every year.
I don't see a detriment to allowing it to be 2 years. I think it would be a little bit more cohesive on there.
That's what I think.
You just started to see Gary come into being comfortable, and then it changed.
Yeah.
Just watching him run it. And it maybe it'd be different if they'd been on planning commission for quite a long time. It really, other than Taylor, there's not a lot of long-term members of PC to even know how to run that meeting.
Well, I can see that, even just, being in council for 3 years and then being mayor pro tem and having to lead a couple meetings. I mean, I've been here for a long time, but to actually lead the meeting, there's a learning curve to that. So I can see the value in 2 years.
I know when we discussed it, where we changed the planning commission from 5 years to 3, it was the anticipated hope that you'd be able to have more people to be able to have more experience. We're a little bit more experienced, as in more people would be able to have the opportunity to be a chair. We're a little right now disheveled, for lack of a better term, because of the way that it's structured, where we have so many new people coming on that will eventually kind of taper off. And as one leads, only one new one will come on, whereas we have 3 new ones kind of right now. I mean, I don't really have any strong opinion either way, other than I think chairing a meeting is something that you're kind of thrown into the fire on, and it's something that you can navigate. But if the planning commission feels that that would be more beneficial, I have a hard time telling the planning commission how to run their meetings. But I do just have some concerns, and that there are there are potential problems that just, it's going that way as there are potential problems staying this way. So I guess either way, it could be, it's a 50-50 thing.
Well, what if we turned it back over to them? Every year they get to write their own policy manual, basically, of the policies.
We
and
just have to
procedures
remove
they're
that
using.
from our code because we specifically put it in our
Yeah,
code,
so
so we'd
then
have to
that
take
way
it out.
they could decide whether or not they want to have. Because I know Gary does. Gary was just the last one, so I don't know how everybody else feels, whether they would strongly want to take that position on, so.
Definitely worth looking into.
I think it should be limited to 2 years consecutively.
Yeah.
Whether they wanted to, if you just say, if you got someone really, I don't know, what do I want to say? That ran the whole thing or whatever and could continually do it. I don't want them to do it the whole time they're in there either.
Yeah.
Or if they're in there for 6 or 7 years or whatever, what do we have, 3 years now? And it's, so 6 years max. I don't want them to run it for 6 years. So I like limiting it so that it has that ability instead of just giving it a free for all.
Well, I don't have a strong opinion either way. Like I said, the reason that I thought that it was passed was was just to give more people the opportunity. So it's either or.
Yeah, it was a contentious time when everything was being bantered around and decided and passed. And I think the combination, if you had somebody in there for 5 years and then you rotated it around 1 year at a time, then they've got enough experience to understand it. But where they're only in there for 3 years, I mean, Jeremy's been in there 1 year, now he's thrown in to the fire, so to speak. And yeah, it's just leading a meeting, but if it's just leading a meeting, then what does it matter that you have somebody that's in there for 2 years? Well, because there is influence and you want somebody that can run the meeting, that kind of understands it. And so where it's at 3 years max, not everybody can run a meeting. Not everybody wants to run a meeting. And so we don't need to force it to be, hey, you got to have a new person because maybe all the good people just ran it. And now we have to put somebody in charge of it that's just not capable of it. So
I think if we can amend our code to 2 year, what is that called? Consecutive? 2 year consecutive, a limit of 2
consecutive years.
Oh my goodness, yes. And then, if the chair wants to go for a second year, then the PC has that ability to appoint them or not, or, chair says, nope, I'm done.
because
Then,
PC still picks their chairman, right?
yes,
So they have the choice of whether they want that person in there or not.
I think that gives a little more balance to make sure the same person's not in there for too long, but also allows them to have more time in there too.
I'm good with that. Yeah.
I'm good with that. Yeah. Yep.
Okay. So what do we need to do from here, Dave?
Staff will amend the code.
We'll bring back a code amendment that the council can act on.
New business,
I'm
Ed?
really good at writing.
Any new business?
Nope.
Nope.
No.
Well.
Oh.
No, I don't.
Any reports from the council?
I do have a couple. Do you want to start? You have some.
I don't think so.
Oh.
Well, I mean, most things have been discussed about planning commission. One really quick, and can staff check on Brandon and I talked about this, can staff check on the requirement of the fence in phase 3 in Riverside around the Posse grounds? It's only, you have 1/3 of a fence and then nothing. And
Posse ground.
Riverside Place. I'm good.
Okay, I
Okay.
just, real quick, Country Fair Days, we sat and met. They would like the council to be available to help on Monday night at the dinner, either help serve or take tickets or whatever. And then I just wanted to make sure if everybody wants to participate in the parade. There's a yes.
It's an obligation,
Yeah.
Okay, so count on us for the parade.
unless we're not
Yes.
here.
Okay, put it on your calendars and be there in the parade. And then council
Joel doesn't want to go.
help on Monday is, can I give them a yes to everybody coming
Yes.
and helping Monday, Mayor?
What's that?
Just say yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll fill them in.
I'm in town. Sometimes I have business meetings that treat me out.
All right, I will let them know. Thank you.
Do we get water guns in the parade?
You
I'm just
can.
wondering, there's a little payback that needs to happen.
Yep.
I think I know who that's on.
Wait a minute. I did get you. Don't get me. I'm on the boat.
Oh,
dang.
We've covered most of the admin finance things, so everything new there. And I won't touch on dust. It's still a problem.
That's two jokes.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Is there a reason STR amendments did not hit the planning commission? Wasn't that supposed to hit this?
Yeah, I'll let them shuffle. That's my fault.
We had that drafted and ready.
Is it too late to amend it?
We could do it tomorrow. It needs 24 hours, so.
It just delays a whole nother month. That's why I'm asking.
No, that owner's waiting for us.
We could do the discussion tomorrow or on Thursday, but we wouldn't be able to.
Require a public hearing.
24 hours.
I have nothing.
Public hearing.
Do you have anything?
I have nothing.
Joel, you have anything? I've got just a couple. Quinn brought it up with the dust. When we had Geneva in here, we did talk about the issue that they have over at their pit. And we should see a significant improvement over there. They are putting the polymer in the water that they're pumping over into the north pit. And if you've noticed, and I have the last couple of weeks, that has improved quite a bit, and we're not getting the dust out of that pit quite like we used to. There's still one step further that they're going to implement, and they've been waiting. They've had it on order. They've got a clarifier, I think they call it. And and I think they've got that now. And when they get that clarifier hooked up, they said that will really improve what's going on inside the pit there.
It's like a 70% reduction.
Yeah,
Holy
so-
schnickies.
So they're really, it's a
I think it runs
clarifier.
Yeah,
wire-
let me just
it runs-
clarify that,
runs Water
Michelle.
Brothers crushing, if I remember right.
That's
Geneva
for
side.
Geneva.
Yeah.
So, they mentioned those two things, and I have, like I said, the polymer that they're putting in the water before they shoot it over there has really helped out. It kind of makes the particles in the water heavier and sinks them down, and they're not as apt to dry out and fly away. And they have been keeping the water in there. We stress to them, you need to keep that wet and not allow that to dry out. And they have done that. If you look, there's been water in there for the last few weeks. So that's been good. The landfill up on the top, they told us, I think it was last fall, that they are capping that off on this north side, which is our side. They started that cap last year. They didn't quite finish it, but they're in the process of doing it now. If you look up there, you can see the shiny plastic that they're putting down. So they're going to cap that off, and then they're going to go a little bit farther and do one more cap area there, which will really help South Weber out. And they've opened up a new cell. So their new cell that is all the way to the south end, to the southwest end. So it's not even going to be close. And that's going to be their active cell that they say they can use that active cell for, I think he said like up to 5 years. So where they'll be, so there won't be anything out here on the face.
Is the mattress recycling working out well? I was just gonna
The mattress recycling, did I tell you about the bed bugs?
Oh,
So they
I
got,
can't tell if you're being serious.
no, I'm serious. So it is, it's started up. They've got two companies that they're working with. The one that is the closest, which they like to send everything to, will not accept mattresses with bed bugs. And so we says, well, how do you determine if it has bed bugs? And he says, you can see them.
Oh, wow.
He says, you can actually see them. But he says another indication is if the mattress has got little teeny red dots from where the bed bugs bite a person and then they bleed and leave a little red dot on the mattress.
So what do they do with those mattresses?
So those, well, they won't take them there, but apparently the other one will, so. So maybe they have, the other one probably has a facility set up that they can dispose of or extinguish or whatever the bed bugs.
Something.
There you go.
Fascinating
That's all I
stuff.
have. So with nothing else, let's adjourn. Got a motion to
No,
adjourn?
Dave's got some.
Dave does?
I do have a
Sorry,
quick
I
report.
forgot staff.
Yeah, I do have a quick report. I want to confirm that the Municipal Utilities Committee got the meeting invite for the meeting tomorrow morning.
I need to confirm that, yes, I did receive it. What time is it at?
10 o'clock, I think.
Okay.
So we've had 2 meetings with our architect so far on the Public Works facility, and tomorrow is the first meeting with the full Municipal Utilities Committee to talk about the kit of parts, is the phrase that they used. Essentially, all the building blocks and the needs of what needs to be in there. And so I forwarded on that invite, but I can't see that it worked, and so I wanted to confirm that you got that.
Yeah,
I didn't get it.
I did.
I didn't.
I did accept it, I remember.
So I don't get to see acceptance because I'm not the one who created the invite.
So it's tomorrow at 10 o'clock here?
Yes. Yeah, 10 to noon was the plan.
Did you get my reply on meeting with the Knights?
Yes. And then just a reminder that next week is the league meetings down in St. George. And I think everybody knows, but I have a vacation plan that ended up landing the week after that. And so I'm out of the office that next week.
Angie, did you want to say anything about Friday?
The Easter egg hunt's Friday, weather pending.
Location depending also because of that.
So stay tuned. Shaylee will keep everybody updated. Okay.
Anything else, Dave?
That's all I've got.
Motion to adjourn.
Second,
All in
Amen.
favor?
aye.